Moved by Councillor Pate and seconded by Councillor Laframboise. Be it resolved that Council for the Corporation of the Municipality of St. Charles hereby opens the regular meeting of Council at 6 p.m. on March 19, 2025.
All those in favor? Carried. We would like to begin by acknowledging that we are in Robinson Huron Treaty Territory, and the land on which we gather is a traditional territory of the Atikabiksning Anishinaabe. We also wish to recognize our neighboring community of Doki's First Nation. While we meet today, we would like to take a moment to acknowledge the importance of the lands we each call home. We do this to reaffirm our commitment and responsibility in improving relationships between nations and to improving our own understanding of local Indigenous people and their cultures. Can I have a mover and a seconder to adopt the agenda? Councillor Loftus, Councillor Lachance.
Moved by Councillor Loftus and seconded by Councillor Lachance. Be it resolved that the agenda for the regular meeting of Council held March 19, 2025 be adopted as presented.
All those in favor? Carried. Disclosure of pecuniary interest, Councillor Laframboise.
None, Your Worship.
Councillor Loftus.
None, Your Worship.
Councillor Pate.
None, Your Worship.
Councillor Lachance.
None, Your Worship.
And for myself, it's contentious, but I'm going to claim, where's that item number where we discuss about
932.
932. Thank you very much, 932, because I am part of the Lions Club and they are petitioning for those funds.
Oh, yes. Mayor, I forgot all about that.
Okay.
It was on my agenda and I forgot to mention it.
All right.
So 9.3 for myself also. 9.3, is that what it is?
932, yeah.
932.
You guys will provide forms?
Yes, I will. Okay. All right. Today we have two presentations. The first presentation is from Rebecca Dewar. She's here to talk to us about a safer school route. Please, yeah.
Good evening, council members, Mayor Bracani, and fellow community members. My name is Rebecca Dewar, and I'm here as a concerned resident and parent to address a pressing safety issue affecting our children. At the intersection of Main Street and King Street East and West is a busy three-way highway crossing, but there are currently only basic crosswalks on 2 of its 3 sides. These crosswalks are minimal, insufficient, and lack proper visibility. There's also no signage to ensure pedestrian safety, especially for young children. As it stands, once children enter grade 1, they are no longer eligible for bus transportation and are expected to walk to school if they live within a 1 kilometer radius. To put that into perspective, the St. Charles Community Center is 1 kilometer away from École Saint-Jean-Baptiste, which means that within that distance, children as young as 5 years old will have to walk, and many of them will be forced to navigate a hazardous intersection with minimal safety measures in place. This intersection is regularly used by large transport trucks and heavy vehicles. These vehicles have longer stopping distances, larger blind spots, and make wide turns, making an unprotected crossing even more dangerous for children and other pedestrians. The combination of high traffic volume, large vehicles, and lack of pedestrian safety infrastructure creates an unacceptable risk for our community. Without a clearly designated pedestrian right-of-way, this is an accident waiting to happen, and we should not wait for a tragedy to act. Additionally, I want to highlight another safety concern, across from the school on St. Joseph Street. Although children can use the sidewalk to walk along St. Joseph Street, there is no designated crosswalk for children to safely cross the street to get to the school. A properly marked crosswalk on St. Joseph Street is essential for ensuring safe passage for children accessing the school from both sides of the road. Our community has seen a notable increase in families with young children, which is a wonderful sign of a growing and thriving community. However, this also means more children are walking to school, and the risks at these dangerous crossings are increasing. Therefore, we must act now to improve our town's safety infrastructure. The proposed solutions. 1. Enhance crosswalks. I propose that the crosswalk lines at the Main Street and King Street intersection be made larger and more visible, with brighter, more prominent markings visible to both pedestrians and drivers. This would create a safer, more visible crossing area for all pedestrians, especially young students. 2. Improved signage. Additional signage should be added to clearly mark the crosswalks and alert drivers to the presence of pedestrians and children crossing. Clear pedestrian crossing signs combined with proper road markings would raise awareness and improve visibility of the crossing zone. 3. Crosswalk on St. Joseph Street. This installation of a marked crosswalk on St. Joseph Street directly across from the school would allow children to safely cross the street and access the school's sidewalks, providing a safer route for those coming from the opposite side of the road. And number 4, the implementation of a crossing guard program. A trained crossing guard program should be established during school hours to guide students safely across this intersection and ensure that drivers remain vigilant. I strongly advocate for the implementation of a crossing guard program in combination with enhanced crosswalk, improved signage, and a new crosswalk on St. Joseph Street would provide a comprehensive solution to this ongoing safety issue. It would not only protect our children, but also foster a safer, more welcoming community. I urge the council to prioritize and act on this safety concern by investing in solutions that will protect our children. Our children deserve to walk to school without fear. Parents deserve peace of mind knowing their children are safe, and our community deserves infrastructure that prioritizes safety. Thank you for your time and consideration, and I hope that together we create a safer environment for everyone in St. Charles. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rebecca. I think it's going to be something that we should give as direction to staff to study this to some extent to see if there's any improvements we can actually make. I know we're going to be looking at revamping some of the main roads, and at that time we can look at a few items that were on the list. But on the short term, we'll have to maybe give direction to see if they can come up with some good ideas. Any questions or comments?
Great presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you for bringing this these safety concerns to our attention. All of the proposed solutions would benefit the community.
Yeah.
I'm just wondering, can we direct staff to bring it to include it as a report and discuss it further at a community of the whole? Because I honestly think it is a big safety concern if you look at, like she said, children, we have more children coming into the community and stuff, and I didn't realize that kids were walking that distance
I think
at
a lot
that
of
age.
people are unaware of that,
Yeah. Yeah, so I would like to direct staff to bring forward a report to the next community of the whole, or with more.
Yeah. When they have the report.
Yeah.
Okay. Councilor Loftus?
Yeah, great presentation, and even personally for myself, I've seen transports come down here early in the morning and do a rolling stop, and
It's constant.
I'm just wondering, would it be the MTO that be responsible for the lines at the stop signs? Or do we collaborate with the MTO, like? is
That's
that
something we can
that
ask
the
for the
staff-
report,
Yeah, because I really, even the white lines where the stop signs, they're not, they've all worn down. So
Yeah.
that's something that I would like added in the report to see about those white lines also. But, no, I mean, for the benefit of our children and the safety, I think that it's something we need to address and direct staff, if they could, to bring a report to us.
Okay. Any comments?
No, great presentation. I think it's definitely, there's a lot of people with kids on the way, and kids are in that age group. And especially with the subdivision, new housing going up at the other end of town, it's also, they're gonna be having kids possibly coming this way as well, and they'll be in that same boundary range. As far as, I think, the two, having good crosswalk across King Street, east, and then, Main Street, I don't know if, just to be able to bring more information at the, community of the whole, or whatever the case may be, I don't know if there is possibility of, flashing signs. I know, just something that we could possibly include, just in terms of the improved signage. And I'd like to also add possibly a little farther up the street, closer to was it La Fosse, right? So people coming from that end of town, let's be realistic. Nobody's gonna, if they're coming on the side, nobody's gonna come all the way down to this end across. They're crossing it. So if some of them is just a matter of better delineation of the hazard on the road, that can be looked at, but a little bit of paint probably isn't too costly. So, but I'm in favor of bringing this to next committee meeting, for sure.
Or when the staff have.
Yeah, when the staff have, the report prepared on it, because I'm sure there could be a lot of details to work out on it.
Yeah. Any,
Yeah, no, thanks for your presentation, your time this evening. I know in the past, it was brought up for speed bumps and flashing lights for slowing down for the intersection, and it was something that was more or less told to us it's an MTO concern, but I think we can revisit again, even for signage. I know there's setbacks for the signage and such we have to follow from the MTO, so I think bringing it forward for another report from staff is worth looking at again. And say those have the only comment I have to have that is we do have a revamp going on there, so it would probably be something that would fall in line with that work. It wouldn't be something that'd be done beforehand, because then it would be a little bit of a free work and waste of tax dollars. So, but that's all I have.
okay. Thank you very much.
Okay.
All right.
Is it okay
You-
if we?
You're welcome to stay, or you
Okay.
are welcome to leave. if
Okay, thank
you're-
you all very much.
Okay.
Have a good night.
Bye.
Have a good evening. Next report, one we're all waiting for, Karen Jones Consulting. Oh, you lifted your hand, you have some? Okay, okay, yes. Strategic plan overview,
Yes. Thank you.
please take a seat, explain.
Great. Well, thank you for having me here today. I wanted to come and sort of bring this document that we've been working on for several months to life and give you the chance to kind of hear, what was said at a high level, and then leave you with a draft document that you can read at your leisure, as well as I will email out an electronic version of the plan. So depending on if you like paper and to write notes, or if you want to see it on screen, then both options are there for you. So there's certainly a time for you to provide additional insight into it. It's a living document, so even after we finalize it and submit it to the funders, there will still always be an opportunity if you want to tweak it as you go, because that's the whole point of this document, is that it doesn't sit on a shelf, that it's something that you're using to guide your committee meetings and to guide your discussions at both the staff and council level as you're making decisions over the next 10 years. So with that, I can kind of walk through the presentation. Now, is it something that you're able to put, up on the screen, or do you want me just to?
We have we
Whatever.
each have our laptop with the presentation
the
also.
Oh, so you can just follow along with
Yes.
me, is that the best way? Okay, I have it on my computer as well, so that works. So the first slide is just to acknowledge the funding was provided from FedNor. Obviously that's an important key partner in this document. I know that working with FedNor for many, many years, they really like to fund strategies that promote job creation, economic growth. So obviously the strategic plan is very focused on kind of that revitalization component. And then there could be opportunities as you advance to go back to these partners and look at how you can secure additional dollars to be able to implement some of the actions that are identified in the plan. So that's kind of what I kept in mind. And in addition to your federal partners at the provincial level, obviously with Northern Ontario Heritage Fund, hopefully at some point with OMAFRA and the RED program, there could be some new initiatives coming out that can help you take some of these actions that are in the plan to life. So we always like to rely on our funding partners. Now the vision statement has been revamped slightly, still has the same themes, just the language has just been cleaned up a little bit, and just to kind of bring you, over the next 10 years. So the vision was something that was identified in your last strategic plan, but just working through some of the language that came out of the consultation process and the engagement with the stakeholders in the community. The new vision statement reads, St. Charles is a safe, welcoming, and affordable community where residents of all ages support one another with a strong sense of shared commitment and community spirit. We honor our rich agricultural, forestry, and francophone heritage while embracing a future driven by the skills, creativity, and aspirations of our people. So this is sort of a vision statement that, like I said, is built upon what you currently had, but also reflects some of the key themes and conversations that came out of the engagement. Inclusiveness is definitely something that's been big through all the consultations and throughout the community session, the survey, that I really identified as kind of a key piece that should be included in that vision. Where you've come from, your heritage and your roots is also very important, but then looking at how do you build on that as you move to develop a revitalized and prosperous community in the future as you go through new growth. Your mission statement is so I guess I should have prefaced that by saying your vision statement is written to be the purpose, the why you do what you do, the passion that you have as a community, where your mission statement is more the how you do what you do, the day-to-day operations. So from a community perspective, the mission statement is rooted in our rural heritage. We cultivate a thriving community by prioritizing wellness, recreation, health, and education. With deep respect for our history and hard work, we empower our greatest asset, our people, to build a strong, vibrant, and prosperous future together. So it's more about what you're going to be looking at, what's important to you on a day-to-day basis, where your vision is, more your aspirations, your ideals, and your why you do what you do. We decided to look at developing some core values for the community, because this is a really good way for you when you're doing decision making as a council, as staff, at the community level, to link things back to what the values are for the community, what the community believes in. And based on the feedback and the data that we analyzed throughout the process, we really felt that these kind of 5 key areas were really summed up your community very well. So community connection continued to come up again and again and again. Environmental stewardship, rural heritage, balanced living and accessibility, and then active living, health and wellness. So these are key conversations that came up through the engagement, where people would say what was important to them, why they love the community for what it currently stands for, and what they'd like to see more of. So it's a blend of what you currently have, where you've come from, and then what the community would like to see as you move forward. What residents love. So there's a lot of great things about the community, and that was very apparent, especially during our community consultation session or town hall. And in addition to the one-on-one conversations that I had with many people, that passion for the community and that community, connection, small town, rural atmosphere was definitely something that continued to come up. People really love the peaceful environment. The safety came up as a positive, the strong sense of community. The neighbors, everyone really liked feeling close, like it was a close-knit family connected to their neighbors. Volunteers, open spaces, the proximity to the West Arm, the ability to raise animals, access to trails, so kind of that natural landscape, lower taxes compared to urban areas, the family connections from generation to generation, and the opportunity to raise children. So those are some key topics or key important things that were communicated to us during the engagement. So the next is a survey snapshot. So that's just a look at and you'll see it within the strategic plan itself. But what we did was just sort of summarize kind of the demographics. So 66 people completed the survey. 41% were local residents, 7% seasonal, and 7% were business owners. The majority of people were over the age of 55 with an 83% completion rate, and about half lived in St. Charles for over 10 years. The key themes, community perception. So St. Charles is seen as a friendly and charming and naturally beautiful small town. Residents rated the quality of life as average, so there's certainly some room for growth in that area. From community engagement, community was rated as average or below average. So this is certainly something that I think the community wants to see more of, but there are some opportunities that we've identified through the actions that can help achieve this, in addition to many of the key themes and issues that are identified here. Access to service was rated as average or below. Business and economic activities were also rated as below average. Growth opportunities, the biggest growth opportunity for St. Charles in the next 10 years are seen as housing and tourism. Economic development potential, so top 3 sectors, economic development, small business development, the top 3 sectors for potential economic development is small business, so, small business development, small business growth, retention, tourism, and then agriculture. And residents would like to see new programs and services in economic and business development, infrastructure and public services, recreation and community engagement, housing and population growth, and accessibility and inclusivity. So that's sort of just kind of setting the stage for us on where we wanted to go with some of the actions and some of the priority areas that I'll get into in a moment. Okay. And then as you, you'll have a chance to kind of digest this data a little bit more, but as you look into the strategic plan, you'll start to see kind of a breakdown of what the demographics look like, what, the 3 words that captured the current feelings: quiet, friendly, and small, how residents are rating it, and then residents felt that aging infrastructure, limited job opportunities, lack of housing opportunities, and access to healthcare were the areas that they were concerned the most about. Okay. So to sum up the challenges from everything, so the survey, the one-on-one conversations that I had, as well as the community town hall session that we hosted, the top challenges identified were infrastructure and access issues, facility utilization and maintenance, housing and development, economic development and employment, recreation and community life, and communication and inclusion. So these are things that kind of came up through conversations, that came up through some of the survey data, and then anecdotal conversations that I had about people wanting to feel more included, feeling like there's a bit of a divide between people that have lived here for many, many, many years, generation to generation, versus new people that are moving into the community as diversity starts to happen, and St. Charles is seen as a great community to live in for people that might be working in other markets or urban markets like Sudbury, West Nipissing, or even other areas. So opportunities, so the flip side to what the challenges are, obviously there's a ton of opportunities for business development and growth. Housing is already currently happening, and then with that's going to become an influx with population. Recreation and community facilities, infrastructure, regional collaboration, and communications and engagement. So we took a look at what those challenges were, what the opportunities look like, and developed some 5 key themes or buckets, as I like to describe it or think about it, where it's kind of 5 key areas of priorities that should be looked at as you move forward to accomplish all of the opportunities and some of the challenges that were identified. So community infrastructure and housing development, economic vitality and growth, recreation, leisure and wellness, education and youth retention, and community inclusion and connection. So as you move forward as a community, as a council, you're thinking about decisions and priorities, often they'll likely fit within one of these 5 key buckets or priority areas, and then everything can kind of link back to that strategic plan. And that's how you bring your strategic plan to life. That's how it becomes not just a document that just collects dust among all the other studies out there. It becomes something that you can go back and say, oh, this fits within our strategic plan in this fashion, or it fits in this priority area, and we're advancing some of the deliverables and the strategies that is in line with what our community wants to see. So infrastructure, housing development. Within that priority area, there's 5 key goals, and within each of the goals, there's specific actions to accomplish those goals over the life of the 10 years. So this isn't going to be something that's going to happen overnight. This is a long-term plan, and it'll likely not be a linear path. It'll likely kind of take little curves here and there, just because we can't predict the future. We don't know what's going to happen in the economy. We don't know, exactly what things are going to look like over the next 10 years, but it's definitely a guide to kind of help shape the direction. So housing diversity, water access development, infrastructure mapping and assessment, road improvement plan, internet and cellular coverage. So some of these things you're already working on, which is fantastic. There's already specific actions in place in your annual plans. So the goal here is that the specific actions that you're currently working on can be lumped into the deliverables within each of these goals, and then there'll be some new deliverables and new actions that will become, will aspire as you start to implement the strategic plan. The economic vitality and growth priority area has came up with 5 goals for every priority area, just so you know. So business retention and expansion, so really looking at small business development, small business growth, tourism development, youth entrepreneurship, industrial commercial development, and then agri-tourism expansion. So these are kind of 5 goals that it's recommended that the community starts looking at. It doesn't necessarily mean that they're all going to be implemented. So industrial commercial development, for instance, there's been mixed reviews and mixed conversations about whether or not St. Charles needs to have a commercial or an industrial park. With French River, municipality of French River having something not too far away, with a lot of housing opportunities here, the community might find that that's not something that they want to look at, but I think it's important to start really looking at what that small business development sector looks like, what the specific needs are, and kind of do a feasibility study before ruling it out or looking at what that can look like. So just because it's been identified as a goal doesn't mean, yep, that's what we're gonna be moving ahead with. It's that it's a topic, it's on the radar, and it's definitely something that needs to be analyzed in a little bit more detail before decisions can be made on the best direction. Within the recreation, leisure, and wellness priority, the multi-season recreation programming, arena revitalization, outdoor recreation development, community health service expansion, and community events and connection are all specific goals that have been identified to help move that priority area along. Now, again, exactly what I just said about, the commercial industrial park concept, the same thing goes for things like the arena. And I'll bring that one up just because I know that it's a contentious topic of conversation, and there's lots of pros and cons to the current situation on how it's currently being operated versus what could potentially it could be, whether the arena is as it is today or as potentially redeveloped into something different in the future. The strategic plan certainly doesn't say you need to do this and this. It does identify that you do need to start looking at the underutilization that's currently happening, because it is costing the community quite a bit for the arena to not be used at 100% or at a higher occupancy rate. So there's definitely some new programming opportunities in the short term that could be looked at. And then also for the future, I think that really involves facilities master plan, bringing in a specialist or consultant or an industry expert that focuses in on community centers, arenas, and can really help kind of do consultations and do some deep dive or research it a little bit more with the community on what's the best use, what's the highest and best use. Is it currently as it is? Great, well, these are the programs and services that we need to offer, or are there other opportunities that we're missing that we need to look at? Because right now, there's a lot of potential for that space, as well as the community center that community is very fortunate to have, and a lot of people are very happy to have here. So it's kind of looking at that, and then also looking at the regional collaboration side, working with the municipalities in the area. I did speak to both the municipality of French River and Marks-St-Warren throughout this consultation process. Both communities are very open to discussing regional collaboration, working together. I know you're already doing shared services and other functions, but as it relates to recreation programming, things like that, there could be some opportunities that could happen to move things along without putting more burden on the staff that are currently here, because I think there's a bit of a capacity issue at this point. So when you start looking at some of these goals that are identified in the strategic plan, there's only so much the current staff complement can take on. For you to be able to be at your highest and best use in several of these areas is going to require more staff capacity. It's just not feasible to keep adding all of these deliverables on with the current staffing levels. So that's definitely something to look at, and that's why I say regional collaboration might be one way to look to accomplish that. Education and youth retention. So there's 5 goals again. Educational access improvement. It came up time and time again that in order for the housing and new families to be attracted in the community, and in order to satisfy the needs currently in the community, that English school or French immersion school or something like that needs to really be looked at, because many people are feeling that they have to leave the community for education, and that's a hard sell to attract new families in if their kids have to be bused out. So looking at ways that you can develop some partnerships with the existing school board, with new school boards, and be able to really move that conversation forward, or that partnership forward, is definitely a priority. And then from there, youth leadership programs, after school and summer programming, a digital learning hub, and a youth advisory council are all things that can really help build the education, not just for young people, but for all ages, as well as looking at a youth retention tool to keep people in the community and busy. Some of the feedback that I heard was through, the youth, for example, teenagers, there's not a lot for them to do in the community. I know most teenagers want to be on their devices in their homes, but without having additional programming, whether that be athletic programming or leadership training, leadership development, other things for the youth to do in the community and feel that pride of place is something that there's a current gap and something that could be considered a really valuable thing and a great way to attract new families into the community. And then community inclusion and connection. So newcomer welcome program, it did come up throughout the consultation process that people that move into the community don't necessarily feel welcome, or they don't know who's who, they don't feel included. And that's been identified in the vision statement as something that's important. Inclusivity, community connection is definitely a priority that the community residents, businesses want to see. So it would be great if you could develop some formalized programming to support new people as they come in, and also be able to use it as a as a retention tool to attract families in. It's a great way to say, these are all the resources that we have in place should you relocate your family to our community. A senior support network. So it seems like there's a lot of great work that's already been happening with that. And within the plan, there's some more opportunities and actions that could be looked at to continue to develop and build that, and then also marry that with some of the housing opportunities that could happen in the future as well. Intergenerational programming, so connecting the youth and the seniors, and volunteer development strategy. So volunteer burnout came up quite a bit through the conversations as something that needs to be looked at. So looking for ways to attract new volunteers, recognizing that many families might have two parents that are, working out of the community, and there's a lot of commuting and traveling. So what can be done to mobilize those that are already here that maybe aren't working out of the community, or that they can get involved for a short period of time. So beginning and an end type of a commitment. And then cultural celebration theory. So looking at ways to really celebrate your heritage, your roots, where you've come from, where you're going, and keeping that pride of place alive and well, because that's what really sets you apart from other communities. That's your unique differentiator, your competitive edge is those roots that you have, and those roots should be celebrated, and that can be done through series like that. So in order to develop a strategic plan successfully, obviously it has to be seamless. I've already mentioned that municipal staff capacity is definitely going to be an area of concern that I see. This is a 59-page document, and the back half of it is all specific actions, whether they be short to medium or medium to long-term actions over the course of the 10 years. I don't believe that all of these actions can be done with the current staffing, at the current staffing levels that you have. You're going to have to rely on volunteers. Obviously, you're going to rely on the team that you do have in place, and you're going to be relying on new people that you can bring in to help move it forward. So I've sort of thought about that and put some thoughts here for you tonight to kind of get you thinking about it. And then when you read the document, you can start kind of thinking about what that could look like realistically. So leadership and staffing, so one of the things you could be looking at doing, and the plan will get into it in a little bit more detail, is hiring an economic development officer. If budgets are constrained, you can't take on more on payroll, then there's always looking at more of a contract basis. You can find someone to do it more on a like in a consulting role. It could be an economic development officer / someone with planning experience. I know some municipalities have done that. So it's a hybrid role, and planning and ex-dev are a nice tie together. So there could be different ways that you look at that option. You could look at just hiring an intern, so 90% funding through NOHFC, and you could have up to 2 interns. That does put more pressure on staff at the management level, so there'll have to be some discussions around what that looks like. But that's a way to get somebody in for a year at a reduced salary with the idea and plan that they'll develop some training. They're still going to be new because you have to hire a grad within the last 3 years. So obviously you're going to be looking for someone that's not experienced, but they can learn as you go, and there could be some opportunities there. So it's less impact on your budget. And then, like I said, leveraging specialized consultants. to do project by project things. So if there's specific tasks or actions in the strategic plan that you're like, we really wanna get this going, you could look at a specialized consultant to come in and just do the deliverable, so that it takes the pressure off of your internal resources and allows someone third party to come in and do that. And you could access funding dollars to make that happen, if that was the case. Partial funding dollars, not 100%. And then community and collaboration, so empowering your volunteers and committees. Within the plan, there's an identification of some new committees and taking what your existing committees and kind of creating a bit more of a hybrid so that they are focused not just on what they're currently doing, but also additional tasks as it relates to the strategic plan. And then, as I touched on earlier, the regional municipal collaboration. So what other shared services could you do to advance your strategic plan? How could you, if short term you need to look at ways to generate revenue and increase services at the arena, for instance, and programming is an area that you've identified as we're ready to move forward with. Maybe there's a way that you can partner and collaborate with the recreation programming that's already happening in a neighboring municipality, so that you can start kind of moving things forward without putting additional resources on your team. So just looking at ways that you can make this happen so it's seamless and realistic. Because you can come up with all the ideas in the world, but if you don't have the financial or the human resources to make things happen, then the document is really a shelf document. So the action plan within the back end of the strategy looks at what the actions, the recommended actions that need to be looked at to advance the goals within each of the priority areas. So there's a lot of actions in here. But within that, there's rules, there's timelines, so whether it be something that you look at within the first, short term, so being like 1 to 5 years, or long term, medium to long term, 6 to 10 year outlook, so that it's not something that you feel like you have to do overnight. It's stuff that you can kind of slowly start working towards. And then also there's indicators of success, so your metrics, to be able to move the goals forward and achieve that momentum. So as long as people start to slowly see progress and start to see a plan and they're communicated that plan, then they feel there's buy-in and there's engagement in the document, in the strategy. So using the plan as a living document, updating and modifying it as the actions and the progress is made, checking off, we've done this, we've done that, working on this, and then integrating the actions into your annual business planning or into your annual municipal planning efforts, so that it becomes kind of seamless and more like clockwork. So it's not like, oh, now we got to talk about the strategy. Your strategy is integrated into your annual planning. And then recognizing that the actions and the guidelines may change. What's identified today might not be what's going to make sense in a year from now or 5 years from now, and that's okay. They can just be tweaked and modified so that you're able to still achieve that goal and still advance that priority area. And then within the plan, there's a communications plan to ensure that you're communicating with stakeholders, community businesses, and different ideas and things that you can look at to be able to go back out to the residents, to the businesses, and show that action's happening and things are moving, and that you listened to what they had to say, and you're kind of behind this unified approach to move your vision and your mission and your core values along. So always linking it back to the why you do what you do, what you're doing, and then what your values are, to ensure the overall success. And then next steps, so where I thought we could go from here, and then I can open it up to questions, would be, I'll circulate a copy for everyone of the draft plan, and then I can email out a copy as well, unless I don't know if that was already done, but okay, I'll do that after the meeting. And then you can take a look at it at your leisure and provide feedback, comments, if they can just all come into the staff, and then the staff can get it to me based on what changes they would like to see incorporated. Then that's usually the most effective way to do it, instead of me getting 8 different versions and not really knowing where everybody's at. So depending on, if there's a lot of changes, then I can work with the staff internally to figure out what we're gonna do. And if you're happy with it and everything makes sense and seems realistic, then we can move it forward and you can adopt it officially. and then submit it back to your funding partner, for the end of the month. Keeping in mind though that, you know, if next month or a couple months down the road, something doesn't really make sense and you want it changed, that's not hard to do. And the funders are happy that you have an adopted plan, but it's a living document, so if there are little things that happen or don't make sense, or you wanna change, some things like committee name or do something different, then those are things that we can do for you. So I will, provide you though when it is adopted and you're ready to go with the document, a bound copy for everyone, and, that can kind of be your roadmap to bring to meetings, take notes in, and just kind of serve as your reminder on kind of where the community is headed over the next 10 years. And that's everything.
Okay, thank you. Like, so now the intention is that by the 25th, right, we read the document,
Mm-hmm.
absorb and make any comments, or retro that we want. We would send that to yourself, Tammy?
Yeah.
Okay, we would send that to Tammy. She
Yeah.
would coalesce it together and send it to you later on. after.
Absolutely.
Okay. Anybody have questions?
Oh, thank you, can't wait to look at it.
Councilor Loftus?
No, great presentation. I'm excited to see what's inside the package. What your suggestions were.
Yeah, this was a tease, more or less.
Yeah.
Councilor Patsy?
No, that's a great presentation. It's a bit of a shame the turnout for the survey wasn't so great, but that's okay.
Yeah,
It's tough
yeah.
sometimes reaching out to some of the community, especially with
Yeah.
some of the older groups. Sometimes it can be a little difficult.
For sure.
Yeah, no, thank you for your presentation. I did have one question. Just the final plan to be right by March 28th. Is that like a soft deadline, or is that hard? Like that has to be by the 28th, and everything has to be reviewed by the 25th.
I think there's flexibility, but I don't wanna speak for Denny, but it's a funding deadline.
Yes.
Right.
So the funding.
So, the executive summary must be published online in both official language by March 31st. The document, as Karen mentioned, can be modified afterwards, but in such that we should have at least a document reviewed.
The first draft.
Yeah, I just want to make sure, like, no, it's the 19th, so.
Mhm. Yeah. Yeah. But it is a living document, so don't feel like just because the actions are in here, it has to be verbatim, there is some wiggle room. Really, this is what the community's saying, this is the feedback that came back, and here's some recommended approaches on how to respond to that, is the essence behind it.
Just to add for the deadline, I did speak with Fenor today, Isabel, and we're contact back on Friday to see possible extension for a few days beyond the 31st for posting, but because they are facing a potential election and they do have funding requirements, all funds must be expended by March 31st. So that is the constraint.
Okay.
And the executive summary is really just a summary, so it's not gonna spell out all the specific actions, it's gonna be a high-level review of the document. So if council is supportive of the essence in this document itself, then we can move forward with that executive summary and get that posted over the next week and a half. Really, it is a summary. So.
Okay. Anybody have any other comments, questions? No? All right. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
And are we going to receive those right now, or are you gonna?
Whatever works for you.
I think you give it to somebody, because I know what I'm gonna be doing during the meeting.
That's why I didn't hand them out first.
Yeah.
Everyone, no one would listen to me.
Put them on the side somewhere. There we go.
Let's not forget them.
There's two for the staff, I just thought two would be enough, and then, yeah.
Okay, thank you very much, and I can't wait till later on tonight when I start to actually read the details.
Okay. Sounds good.
Okay.
Later.
No. Wow.
Okay,
Have a safe drive back.
Thank you. No speeding tickets this time.
This time.
Well, remember, the first time we came here,
Not in our municipality though, right?
it was in Berner, where they dropped the limit, but I didn't get the ticket, so it was fine.
Oh.
Still, I got the heart attack.
I've never had that luxury of not getting awarded a victory pass, I guess you'd say.
Yeah, well, when you look desperate, I guess. Take care, have a great night, thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, next item, item 5, announcements, inquiries by council.
None for myself.
Anybody have? No? Okay, we'll go, if anybody has any comments, raise your hand. I don't, so we don't have to stop by everybody saying, no, I don't have anything. Thank you very much. Next, adoption of the minutes. Can I have a mover and a seconder for the motion to adopt the minutes? Councillor Lachance, Councillor Loftus.
Moved by Councillor Lachance, seconded by Councillor Loftus, be it resolved that the minutes of the following meetings of council be adopted as presented. Committee of the whole meeting of April 5, 2023. Regular meeting of council of February 19, 2025. Committee of the whole meeting of March 5, 2025.
Anybody have changes or omissions that they've noticed?
None.
No? Okay. All those in favor? Carried. Next item, resolution to receive correspondence. Mover and a seconder. Councillor Laframboise, Councillor Petit.
Before I start, is council okay if I do not read out every piece of correspondence
I'm
this
fine with that,
evening?
yes.
Yeah, okay. So moved by Councillor Laframboise and seconded by Councillor Pelletier, be it resolved that council for the corporation of the municipality of St. Charles receives the following correspondence for information.
So there's 1 through 23.
1 through 23.
Okay. Any,
Just, we're receiving for information, but if there are any that we want, if we're gonna go around.
yeah, we're gonna go around now if you have any recommendations. Any recommendations on the council? Councillor Lachance?
Just draft resolution support of item 19, that's from Sarnia.
Property tax?
Yeah. I don't believe we've touched on that one yet.
Okay, anybody have other recommendations? If not, can I have a motion to, no, not the mo, all those in favor? Carry. You change the process, I get all mixed up. Carry.
Shave the hour off there.
Try.
Okay, next, mover and the seconder for the, a resolution stemming from February 19th regarding child welfare funding. Councillor Loftus, Councillor Lachance?
Moved by Councillor Loftus and seconded by Councillor Lachance, be it resolved that council for the corporation of the municipality of St. Charles hereby supports the resolution number 2025-01-08-15 passed on January 2025 by the township of Broadmeadow, Lindock, and Raglan regarding the child welfare funding. Be it further resolved that a copy of this resolution be sent to the Premier Doug Ford, the Eastern Ontario Wardens Caucus, bracket EOWC, the Eastern Ontario Mayor's Caucus, bracket EOMC, the Ontario Association of Children's Aid Societies, the Association of Municipalities of Ontario, bracket AMO, the Rural Ontario Municipal Association, bracket ROMA, our local member of provincial parliament, bracket MPP, and all Ontario municipalities.
Thank you. Anybody have comments or changes? No? All those in favor? Carried. Next, mover and a seconder for a resolution stemming from February 19th regarding changes to Canada Post. Councillor Potsi, Councillor Lachance?
Nobody wants to do it?
Nobody wanted that one.
Somebody wanted the last one.
Right. Moved by Councillor Pelletier and seconded by Councillor Lachance, whereas the Canada Industrial Relations Board, as instructed by the Federal Minister of Labour, Stephen McKinnon, ordered the end to the postal strike and the resumption of mail service at Canada Post on December 17, 2024 under Section 107 of the Canada Labour Code. Whereas the Federal Minister of Labour, Stephen McKinnon, created an Industrial Inquiry Commission under Section 108 of the Canada Labour Code, led by William Kaplan, that will work with the Canadian Union of Postal Workers, bracket QW, and Canada Post to examine the future of the public post office, including possible changes to the Canadian Postal Service Charter. Whereas Canada Post is first and foremost a public service, whereas the commission has been tasked with reviewing the obstacles to negotiated collective agreements between QFW and Canada Post, the financial situation of Canada Post. Canada Post expressed need to diversify and or alter its delivery models in the face of current business demands, the viability of the business as it is currently configured, QFW's negotiated commitments to job security, full-time employment, and the need to protect the health and safety of workers. Whereas the commission only has until May 15, 2025 to submit its final report to the government and make recommendations about the future structure of Canada Post. Whereas while there is room for written input, the commission process is not widely publicized nor equivalent to a full and thorough public service review of Canada Post's mandate, allowing for all stakeholder input as has been undertaken by previous governments. Whereas it will be crucial for the commission to hear our views on key issues, including maintaining Canada Post as a public service, the importance of maintaining the moratorium on post office closures, improving the Canadian Postal Service Charter, home mail delivery, parcel delivery, keeping daily deliveries, adding postal banking, greening Canada Post, EV charging stations, food delivery, improving delivery to rural, remote, and indigenous communities, and developing services to assist people with disabilities and help older Canadians to remain in their homes for as long as possible, and at the same time helping to ensure Canada Post financial self-sustainability. Be it therefore resolved that the Corporation of the Municipality of St. Charles provides input to the Commission in the form of a written submission. And be it further resolved that the Corporation of the Municipality of St. Charles will write the Federal Minister of Labour, Stephen McKinnon, and the Federal Minister of Public Services and Procurement of Canada, Jean-Yves Duclos, who is responsible for Canada Post, to demand that no changes be made to the Canada Post Corporation Act, Canada Post's mandate, or the Canadian Postal Service Charter without a full, thorough public review of Canada Post, including public hearings with all key stakeholders in every region of Canada.
Thank you very much. And anybody have comments or changes? No? All those in favor? Carried. Next, I am looking for a mover and a seconder for a resolution stemming from February 19th regarding recycling of all sources. Councillor Loftus, Laframboise.
Moved by Councillor Loftus and seconded by Councillor Laframboise, whereas under Ontario Regulation 391/21 Blue Box, producers are fully accountable and financially responsible for their products and packaging once they reach their end of life and are disposed of for, quote, eligible sources only, and whereas quote, ineligible sources which producers are not responsible for, including businesses, places of worship, daycares, campgrounds, public-facing and internal areas of municipal-owned buildings, and not-for-profit organizations such as shelters and food banks. And whereas, should a municipality continue to provide service to the, quote, ineligible sources, the municipality will be required to oversee the collection, transportation, and processing of the recycling, assuming 100% of the costs. And whereas these costs will further burden municipalities' finances and potentially take resources away from vital infrastructure projects, be it therefore resolved, the Council for the Corporation of the Municipality of St. Charles hereby requests that the province amend Ontario Regulation 391/21 Blue Box so that producers are responsible for the end-of-life management of recycling products from all sources, and be it further resolved that a copy of this resolution be forwarded to the Honorable Andrea Kangin, Minister of the Environment, Conservation and Parks, our local member of Provincial Parliament, MPP, the Association of Municipalities of Ontario, AMO, the Rural Ontario Municipal Association, ROMA, and the Federation of Northern Ontario Municipalities, FUNA.
Okay, anybody have changes, comments?
No.
All those in favor? Carried. Next, a resolution stemming again from February 19th to recognize April 2nd as Day of Autism. Councillor Loftus, Councillor Deschamps.
by Councillor Loftus and seconded by Councillor LaChance. A proclamation on World Autism Day 2025. Whereas World Autism Day is recognized on April 2, 2025 in Canada, Autism Ontario is one of the largest collective voices representing the autism community, and the work we do helps all autistic individuals and families in their communities have access to meaningful support, information, and connections, not only on April 2, but every day throughout the year. And whereas autism impacts more than 135,000 individuals in Ontario, representing 1 in every 50 Canadian children and youth. It not only influences the lives of autistics, but also their friends, families, and communities. It's crucial for us to raise awareness and acceptance, provide support, and promote a more inclusive society. And whereas autism is a diverse spectrum that varies widely among individuals. Each person's experience with autism can change over time. This evolving journey highlights the uniqueness of every autistic individual, emphasizing the need for understanding and support tailored to their specific needs. And whereas Autism Ontario is the leading source of information and referral on autism, and since 1973 has been providing support, information, and opportunities for thousands of families and individuals across the province. And whereas Autism Ontario is devoted to raising public awareness about autism and addressing the everyday challenges faced by individuals with autism, their families, and the professionals who work alongside them. We urge everyone to recognize and celebrate the unique differences and needs of others, fostering an inclusive environment where all individuals can participate fully in activities and discussions. Together we can create a society that values and includes everyone. Be it therefore resolved that the Council for the Corporation of the Municipality of St. Charles hereby recognizes April 2 as World Autism Day, while committing to embrace awareness and acceptance today and every day throughout the year.
Any comments or changes? If not, all those in favor? Carried. Next, resolution again stemming from February 19th regarding support about proposed U.S. tariffs on Canadian goods. Councillor LaChance, Councillor Pelletier.
Moved by Councillor LaChance and seconded by Councillor Pelletier. Be it resolved that Council for the Corporation of the Municipality of St. Charles hereby supports the resolution number 19-2025 passed on February 5, 2025 by Peterborough County, and the resolution passed by the Eastern Ontario Wardens Caucus regarding the proposed U.S. tariffs on Canadian goods. Be it therefore resolved that a copy of this resolution be sent to the Right Honourable Justin Trudeau, Prime Minister of Canada, the Honourable Doug Ford, Premier of Ontario, the Honourable Melanie Joly, Minister of Foreign Affairs, the Honourable Vic Fedeli, Minister of Economic Development, Job Creation and Trade, the Honourable Nate Burke-Simon-Smith, Minister of Housing, Infrastructure and Communities, the Honourable Paul Calandra, Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing, Federation of Canadian Municipalities, (FCM), the Association of Municipalities of Ontario, (AMO), the Eastern Ontario Wardens Caucus, (EOWC), the Eastern Ontario Mayors Caucus, (EOMC), the Ontario Association, that doesn't need to be there, our local member of Parliament, (MP), our local member of Provincial Parliament, (MPP), and all Ontario municipalities.
Anybody have changes?
Should we be addressing this as the Right Honourable Justin Trudeau at this moment now? Or should we be changing that?
I think we should.
Yeah.
How do we?
It would still go to the Prime Minister, it still
Yeah.
goes to the same office, so.
For the moment, yeah. Okay.
Yeah, yeah.
If we would want to change it, we would have to make a motion to amend? Yeah, I'm just wondering. Proceed.
No, you're right.
Okay.
Is that,
I don't want to
do I
slow
have
down
the
it.
authority to change that?
Is that somebody else's motion, or is that resolution that's just getting?
Yeah,
Okay, as long as,
Okay.
yeah, that's all.
All right.
Okay.
we can.
No,
Okay.
we're all good, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. All those in favor?
We-
Like
no,
that
we
going
changed it.
forward. He was just put in,
I just wonder if you change the wording of, I assume when they get there to compile, how many, support or the resolution support they get for that file, and you change the content,
Just
even slightly.
You're right,
change,
it's been sent off multiple times.
Yeah, I think they'll figure it out.
Yeah.
So, all those in favor? Carried. All right, thank you very much. Next, we have the financial, mover and a seconder, for cash disbursements. Councilor Laframboise, Councilor Loftus?
Moved by Councilor Laframboise and seconded by Councilor Loftus, be it resolved that the cash disbursement register for the month of February 2025 be received in the amount of $300,920.49.
Okay, anybody have questions?
Just on page 180,
Okay.
the late fees for the co-op regional.
So what happened is we paid that one online, and I accidentally paid a different vendor instead of co-op. So we assumed we paid the co-op bill, but we paid the water tank bill. So when we got the statement saying that we hadn't paid it, we corrected it, called the water tank bill, got them to refund our money, paid the co-op bill, and then unfortunately the late charge.
That's it.
That's it for yourself?
the only one I have is on page 178. There's two Bell Canadas for fire department of the same exact price, February 2025. And they're both the same date, so,
I will just double check, but we do have two, it shouldn't be fire department, it should be fire department and wellness center, because we pay for the elevator. It could be just a classification, but they are the same amount, but I will just double check to
okay,
confirm.
thanks.
Okay. Has that it for you?
Yeah, that's it.
Councilor Patsy, you have anything? Councilor Lachance?
Just on page 180, I know at aviation batteries, we already had that on last month, so I was just wondering if there's another battery purchase, or if it's just,
Under the Calabria,
yes.
so just to clarify, I did send out an email to council about Calabria and Amazon. So Amazon, we had paid, in 2024, however, the banking information for Amazon had changed, so Telpay, which is the funding source that we use, held the funds. And then when we corrected it, we repaid it again in February, but we didn't pay it, we resubmitted it to be paid. So you may see some stuff on Amazon that you've seen on other cash disbursements. And then for Calabria, what happened is, we, for the month of December, because we, it's a busy month, we're trying to, close some year-end stuff. Sometimes our visa gets maxed out, so we have 15,000 for the whole municipality. So sometimes I have to prepay, so when somebody gets a notice saying it got bounced back, I pay. So half of the payment of the bill went on December's or January's cash disbursement, and half of it went on February's. So it's the exact same, listing, if you went back to January's, it's all the exact same things, but it's just a prorated. So if, let's say the expense was a total of $1,000, and I paid 70% of it, $700 would have went on January's cash disbursement, and $300 would have went on February's cash disbursement.
Okay, just,
So it is the same aviation, so if you added those two together from January and February, that's the total bill.
I thought that the amount was the same, but maybe, maybe not.
I will just double check on the aviation, but I know because we had a question about the tablets
I
last
think there
time.
was, yeah, the tablets, that they were bought at 2 different times, there was one of 3 and one of 2. Or
Yeah.
something like that. The aviation batteries, I thought that there was 2 bought last time and 2 charges on the last one. But I remember I asked about it last time.
Yeah, so if you look at the Amazon, look at the first one,
Yeah.
it says Amazon 3 tablets, and then later says Amazon 2 tablets, it's the exact same thing, it's just the,
Okay.
yeah,
So we did see it already once.
absolutely, you can see it, yes.
Farther down on page 191, under the Trans-Canada Safety for the Fire Department, 8-inch steel toe work boots for women. I'm just curious, I get the fire chief isn't here, this is a regular work boot, I don't understand why we're buying regular work boots. I understand for, firefighting equipment, but I have a question that if you could forward that to him, because to me it sounds like it's a regular work boot, and if maybe even the receipt, the actual detailed receipt for this item too, please.
Okay.
Now, 192, the fire department crest name on white on navy. I'm assuming that goes with the bunch of long sleeve navy blue shirts he ordered?
No,
I'm not
they're
sure.
separate, so the fire department crests, they're the embroidered crests.
Mm-hmm.
I believe he ordered 100 of them that get sewed onto,
Okay.
things individually, and then the shirts were separate.
That makes more sense. I was just wondering that, like, the price for, it seemed high, but if you ordered 100, well, that justifies it. And that's all the questions I have for the cash disbursements.
Okay, so all those in favor? Carried. Item 9.2.1, report to council Senior of the Year Award, prepared by Denis.
Yes, Your Worship. At the last age-friendly committee meeting, the committee members felt that they should restart this process. I don't know if some members of council remember previous councils prior to COVID used to do this on a regular basis. And once we stop, it's just a matter of restarting. So it's just here as a process. From here, it'll be advertised on, if council agrees, on the website. And I know the Seniors Club is forming a committee to nominate somebody, so they're very happy that hopefully council will be going forward with this. So it's just letting council that we will be advertising for this program. Anybody can nominate, it doesn't have to be for the Seniors Club, you can nominate a neighbor that you know that is deserving. We can only submit one name to the province. In the past, if you get multiple recipients and some will mention, sometimes we would print an internal on the council recognizes you, not the province of Ontario, through their program. So what happens is, conditions are there, name is submitted, and then the province automatically prints the document and sends it back. And what was done in the past is, if it was a seniors at the Seniors Club, it was a presentation during their last June lunch on Tuesday. So that was the tradition. It's just a heads up to council at this point. You're going to see advertising. I just wanted to make, and if you know anyone, you can just submit a small resume and name, and conditions are on there. So we will be posting online.
All right, so it's for information. Anybody have questions? No? Okay, thank you very much. Next item, 9.2.2, report to council, update on benefit plan, non-union staff.
Hopefully this will be the last time I bring it up forward. Council remembers that we went through a process of trying to find cheaper rates. When I went to give notice to Sun Life that we had found another provider, and after extensive discussion with the gentleman, showing them what we were facing is the non-union and obviously the excessive, maybe not the excessive cost, the cost we were being charged. They came back with a retention offer. It's almost like calling Bell and Rogers, and before you hang up the phone, they get the good deal. So seeing that it's a 20% reduction, I continue with them, knowing that at any time we can give 30 days notice, but I reached out to Canoe, they couldn't match it. So the price is, right now we're continuing with Sun Life, and there were some savings identified and promptly put in the budget and spent elsewhere. So if council agrees, this is for information at this point.
Okay. Anybody have a question?
No, it's great.
Okay.
And no questions. I'm just, well, actually, a couple questions.
Okay.
Just one question, actually. In 2020, it says savings of 24.6%. Was that another reduction that we had received, or was it a savings for a different reason?
At that time, when I got in 2019, it was 17,000 per individual. And I reached out to Sun Life. That's when we switched from I think it was Great West, and we had Great West for like a decade, more than a decade, and we couldn't change because our record was bad. As soon as the record, I can get a quote elsewhere, and that's where Sun Life came in, and they were 24% lower. So imagine we've been going down for the last 5 years, 6 years. And we were paying outrageous rates. It was 17,000, and unfortunately, out of 4 people on the plan, there was 3 on the short term at one point. And we did not have a good record.
Thank you.
Okay, so that's it for questions? So, all right, we're all in agreement, go with the cheaper plan. Next, report to council 4-day work week policy, draft 2. Vinny.
Yes, your worship. I attached the policy, so I met Adam, so I'll just go back in history last, when council met. I discussed with the union representative. He met with union staff. They were all in agreement. They had some concerns on the language. And I highlighted most of it in yellow. So they're happy with this, but now I have to go back to council to see if council is in agreement with it. I was gonna wait till the committee of the whole, but if we want to implement in April, and if we go back and forth, that's the reason I brought it tonight. And just a note on this, they have, as a procedural, put a grievance, but it's a grievance on hold, so if they don't like it, they will advance a grievance saying we don't want it. And I said, we could put language in that if you don't like it, we can withdraw. They said, no, this is procedural, so just letting you know, I will share the grievance, but it is more or less that, if they don't agree, obviously, we can still change the language on this, but they're just letting us know that, they just want a safety to pull out of if it doesn't satisfy their members. And I received it this morning, so again, sorry for not sharing, but everything seems to have come at the last minute today. So I don't know if council wants to go through the highlighted yellows, which I need to put my glasses on. I tried, the first one in yellow was one of the concerns that if we stop, there's no continuing on past the trial period. So I tried to find language where it stated that this is over, there's no more obligations. It's just because we provided in the past, we stop. So that was one to try to, one of the concerns we have in the past. Okay, they did not recommend using, go follow my report, will probably be better. Okay, so they weren't, like they said, the detailed schedule is nice for knowing, maybe for staff, it says for the policy, maybe just write it out, what you want, and because it can change tomorrow, because if you put it in the policy, it almost becomes, you have to do it. So I wrote it out as best as I could in terms of public works will work 4 days a week, and office will offset by a few days. So that was one of the things he recommended. And I removed the compressed work week language. In another contract he has, they actually compress the week, like a 40-hour week into a 35. I don't know how they manage it, but he said that term could be confusing, so he didn't really like compressed. He was like amended, modified working schedule. So that's one of the reasons why I was using compressed. It says he preferred not to have it in. Again, they were advocating for Service Ontario staff. I did make it known that we were funded by Service Ontario and that we could not change if ever that the funding would come through. And I'm sure that it could be included in the compressed work week. But unless funding comes through, we were standing our ground on that one. And I'm assuming the council may make a different decision. So again, there was part of the notification, and I did change it, if you see in yellow below, and they have agreed to it, is the Friday before, if we have to change, to give, where opportunity specified work is reasonable notice. See the Friday before the week we can suspend, modify the work week schedule. And this would be only for operational needs. And it's just language, like I was discussing with the union representative. we have to learn what we have to do, because we're such a small group, it's just, we can't split public works in two, because you're gonna have one guy working on Monday and one guy on Tuesday. It really is, a trial to find the proper language. Again, I might have overcomplicated the policy, I'm just trying to put what would be required if we were to amend the language. So we sort of agree with that one. So the statutory holidays, in discussion with the treasurer, so if a statutory holiday falls on the Monday, the day is 10 hours long. So they say no, 10. I had language in the previous agreement said, no, we're going to revert to 5-day and only pay 8 hours. They said, no, if you're doing a 4-day, you're scheduled to work, you get 10 hours. Doing the math, they will still only be getting 15 minutes in the morning, 15 minutes in the afternoon for the coffee breaks or work breaks. If by only working 4 days, we gain about a half hour per week. If you balance out the statutory holidays to the extra 2 hours they're going to be paid on that stat day, it almost washes out. I think we're still ahead in a bit, because 52 weeks times half an hour, that's 26 hours, and 11 stat days at 2 hours, it's 22 hours. So we still make out 4 hours over a year. So just saying, it's almost a wash. So I put it in here, if a statutory holiday falls on a Monday, you're scheduled to work, you will be paid that full day off. If you're not scheduled, you're gonna take the following day or the previous day, with language saying operationally, especially in the office, you can't push it forward if it's on a Friday, because everyone's gonna be off on the Tuesday. So that being said, there's language for that. And I gave the example of Good Friday. If everything is pushed forward, then there's nobody in the office on Tuesday. Because Monday is also a stat holiday for the staff. So if everyone pushed forward, there's no one in the office or very little. Okay, and also, so this would be technically the second review. If council is in agreement, either we can do a third review if you have any comments or changes requested. Otherwise, this would come at the April meeting for adoption, April 19th meeting. So there's still time. If council wants to study it, we can call it back on the committee of the whole. Because if there's changes, I do have to confirm with the union if there's like anything significant, because so far the phone call I had with him today was pretty much, yeah, we're okay. He was okay with the changes. And except for that safety we put in, which I do agree, I would even offer to put in language if they, like 2 weeks notice, they're not happy with it, we might continue. That's so. I'm open for council direction or additional questions.
Okay. Any questions?
Just, can you elaborate on the purpose of this policy? Vacation allocation will be calculated on an hourly basis? Don't they have like, when they first start, it's 2 weeks or?
So we do this already. I just wanted to ensure that if somebody takes a day off, a 10-hour day, it's gonna be not 1 day, but 10 hours. So if you have 1 week's vacation,
Okay.
which is 5 days, it was just, I just wanted to cross that T, because I only took a day, you only took 10 hours. It's a day and 2 hours relative to the package. So again, we're crossing, this is what we do normally. I just wanted to,
Yeah, make sure that,
just like the 15 minutes, it was just, I'm just stating the fact that you're taking 15 minutes, so we're not taking 20 minutes and losing the advantage of, well, anyways, we could, but we're just stating fact.
Okay.
So just to make it fair.
We're looking at implementing so obviously, staff hours is going to be from 9 to 5. Is that what we're looking at, like office staff? Like, I'm just looking like if we're gonna start implementing, I don't know, like I'd like to see, or is it 8 to 5?
It would be
9 to 5:30.
8
8 to 5:30, and the last day is 1 hour less, 8 to 4:30.
I'm just wondering, like, what are we doing for, like, office hours? Like, are we still closing at 4:30, or are we leaving it open till 5:30, or 5 o'clock?
So we had discussions, I think we said we would continue answering phone calls, but we would still close the door. If there's a need, especially in tax time, there's the opportunity. Currently, especially for the municipal, there's not that much foot traffic. If we leave open, we will get Service Ontario coming in, and Service Ontario maintains the 9 to 4:30 hours. But it does open the opportunity if, before statutory holiday, maybe we'll say this Thursday we're open till 5:30 to pay your taxes, or, but right now there was no intent to increase hours, unless council sees a demand and we could see out if there's any interest in public, because right now the foot traffic for municipal is very low. But again, we still pick up the phone, we would stand and look at the phone.
Okay. That's everything for me.
All right. Yes.
I'm sure too, if a resident called and said, you know, I can only be there at 5 and we know that we're gonna be here.
Yeah, the fact that
We're
it's
going to
open now,
accommodate,
yeah.
we'll accommodate.
Or maybe by 20 minutes.
Yeah, after, yeah. All right.
No,
Anybody
I-
else have questions?
I think that the draft is good, and I think the only way, if the union's in favor of it, give it a try and see how it works.
Yeah,
And
it is
if
a
it
try.
works, you know, then fine, if it doesn't, then they can revert back to the old way.
Okay. You're good, Councilor Platsy?
I just had a question, I mean, the schedule and that, like, section 7 where it's, you know, office staff to King Street and then outside staff. I don't know, the terminology there is maybe, like, I don't know. I know it's just generic, just saying outside staff. I don't know if there's a better way of putting that. I know.
Oh, yeah, yes, I'm looking at it, I think at one point I did have outside staff, and somehow it reverted back to Public Works. And definitely, no one would mind if I changed that's probably is.
Yeah,
Office outside,
So what should it be, outside staff or?
outside staff rather than, Public Works and, because technically.
Because
work inside-
we have outside staff as, in our document.
as public, yeah, and I just, like, I mean, I know other places of employment, you know, might label it differently. Us, it's, you know, there's white collar employees and blue collar employees. I don't know, that's, you know, there's different ways of labeling it, right? It's not,
Yeah.
but anything, outside staff, it just kinda seems like, I don't know.
Yeah.
You don't like that terminology?
I don't know, just, you know, they're not all outside staff.
I think looking at
People who work
outside of the
indoors.
office.
Outside the office?
Office or non-office.
Non-office
Yeah,
staff?
yeah, I don't know,
Maybe,
it was just,
not-
it was just a thought, yeah.
Okay,
But other than that, yeah.
you're good. Okay. Do you have another version, like non-office staff, would that work, or,
Yeah.
I don't know. We'll think about it a bit.
Because it's minor in nature, we can figure out
Yeah.
a term.
You could go admin and labor. That would be,
Yeah, administrative, and, yeah.
that would be kind of an easy, not inside the house or outside in the dark or rain or.
Because- Because we can look at the arena worker, and it's like, technically he's inside almost all winter.
Yeah, or what's administrative versus labor would probably be, if you wanna get down to.
Yeah, and that's the whole white collar, blue collar thing.
Yeah. Okay. Councilor Lachance?
Yeah, my question was, this is being brought forward for all full-time union staff pretty much, is what we're trying to get this policy adopted for, is,
Sip and accept, unfortunately, for the Service Ontario, which requires a 5-day presence and are only funding one person.
the Service Ontario position, is that union position through the
Yeah.
Correct.
So all five, okay.
That's the unfortunate, because
I just went, just at the top, just to start, it just says all full-time staff is the staff effective, so I don't know if we put all full-time union staff, that falls under this policy. I wouldn't want there to be cross-referencing later on.
so you would have all full-time staff, I can do specifically and name and list the positions.
Well, you just, if you put, you guys, you know, wait,
Union,
how do I say this? In some reports where we refer to, non-union staff as staff, for you, everyone's staff, okay?
Yeah.
So, I just wanna clear this up, your staff is both union and non-union. So for me, I wanna make sure that this report was, this policy was for the non-union, or is it for union and non-union staff? Is it
So,
for the directors, or is it for the union staff, inside and outside workers?
Okay, I will have, that's easier clarification.
I'm just asking.
The policy is intended for union
Yeah,
and
but-
non-union.
Yeah, maybe once the list.
Okay, so this is where we're only discussing for union, now we're trying to adapt a policy that's going for collective agreement for the union and adapt all those changes to the staff, and that's where I have like a bit of a.
you'd like that?
You can't, it's kinda hard to overlap too between non-union and union staff, so now anything that we have to adopt for the union, specific for the union, we're automatically putting on.
So do you want me to
non-union
mirror
staff,
this
so-
policy and label one union, label one, non?
Yeah, well, like I said, the way it was presented, I wanna make sure that it was for.
Clarity is where we have to
So
go.
I think that if this is suggested for both, it opens up a whole new conversation, right? Because now we need to go through, I was going through, looking just at, okay, from the union's perspective, not much is changing, now I have to kinda look at making sure, go through with a finer good comb to make sure that we're not expanding anything crazy here, so,
It's-
yeah,
in the
it should
event
be
also-
two, in my opinion, it should be two different
Yeah.
policies, or one policy with two different two sub-policies in it, or?
Because if eventually the union also, they wanna change one component,
Then it changes everything, and then we
Yeah.
have to go through all this again, and it's easier to have, in my opinion, you can't group it together, it's two different. We're the bargaining party for non-union staff, and then for union staff, you have the union involved, and like, you can't put all this in group, in my opinion.
Yeah,
See what I'm
that's-
saying? Like, it
No, it's
makes
quite
sense.
fair, because one will be found in the collective agreement if it does go there, and the other one will be
In the
found
policy.
in the personnel policy.
okay. So any last changes or recommendations?
No, I was gonna make that exact suggestion, but it would go in the, non-union HR,
HR
zero
002,
I think, yeah.
Yeah.
This being, I don't know the wording, is it like trial policy? Like, is it a fact of moving forward this one as a trial, or just,
This is a trial.
you know what I mean, like,
Well, even the union.
And then later on
presenting
adopting it.
this, like, they're trying to, like, you have to try to get the union to read between the lines too, and I'm like confused, like, when they're bringing stuff back to you, like, well, yeah, we're trying to, split hairs between these ones and those ones, well, makes it hard for them too to understand.
so as a trial, it's probably okay, and then later on, when fully adopted, to be put into each. But there's gonna be, collective agreement, new collective agreements.
Based on this.
Yeah, well, I mean, well, not this year, but next year.
Negotiate in the fall.
Yeah, that's what I mean, right, so that, there's no end date?
Yes, there's two end dates, there's a midway stop in
July
July.
31st.
July 31st, okay.
Just in case it doesn't work, the last thing we wanna do is stress out people, and if there's changes to be made, make them halfway with the intent, if you get to October and it was, yeah, I love working here, then it's an easy win for everyone.
Okay, and just, so then there possibly have to be policy review by,
Well, we have to go through the whole new
There's-
HR
Yeah.
policy,
New-
HR 002, we have to go through the whole thing.
100%,
That's
that's-
what amendments to it, so, that's what I'm saying, you can't just, we adapt this, and we're kinda, we're making a mess, is what we're doing.
well, you repeal the policy at that time and then reintroduce it in through the different once the trial is
Temporary
over.
to the-
Yeah, but I'm
I
just
see
trying to
what you're
avoid,
saying.
I'm just trying to avoid redoubling up, rewriting the collective agreement if we're gonna renegotiate, like,
Yeah, well, exactly, we're going to negotiations soon.
that's, yeah, just avoiding.
Yeah, because notice might be an issue, because especially notice, because if nothing happens and there's no change required, but if we're changing every other week, or switching a day, well, I'm sure somebody's not gonna be happy, and I'm sure there's gonna be a bit more language to firm up, no, you need
Yeah.
a specific reason why you're making me work Friday and not the Monday, as an
So-
example.
I fully agree with Councilor Lachance where he said it has to be at the end into two policies, two separate documents. However, I also clearly understand what Councilor Potier is saying. For the moment, it's just a trial, and this document is just to give a structure for the trial. So for this, for the moment only, do we accept one document, or do we want to have two?
I like two. It's
You're-
two
you're voting
different-
for two?
Yeah, it's two different,
Okay, Councilor Potier?
Either or, I think for the trial, if we, wanna keep it as one and just separate the stuff more, I don't know. Yeah, like have a union section and non-union section if it helps,
Okay, so.
Just for the trial, for
You-
the trial portion, it's,
You don't see the problem?
yeah.
Oh, sorry, I missed Councilor Loftus, sorry.
No, I agree on the two, but the non-unionized, like the HR, like the staff, did we not say that we were gonna, put them on a 4-day week? So that wouldn't be a trial, that would be a policy. That would be an implementation of the non-unionized, the HR staff, and then we'd have the trial for the unionized workers.
Well, I think the trial was actually for both. There's only one permanent, one staff that has negotiated a 4-day work week at the time, at this time.
That's not, that,
Okay, that's not what I thought that, was it a trial for you? Was it a trial for you?
Yeah, because at the end of the day, if for whatever reason it doesn't work or we can't stop it, we might have to say we tried, but if it fails, it fails. And I'm just saying yes because we're 4 in the office, and it's always gonna be 2 and 2, and what happens during vacation? So we just have to make sure, so the trial should be, and how we recommend operationally, yeah, we can pass it right away, but I'd like to run at least a period,
Okay,
just to see how it
alright.
works.
Okay, that's fine,
Okay?
yeah, good.
And for yourself, but you want it in two documents right away, or is the one sufficient?
I think it should be split, 2 documents.
Okay, 2 documents.
I agree with the 2 documents, and if you're planning on just mirror imaging it,
Not quite,
it's not gonna be mirror image now.
Well, but then you won't have the union recommendation then.
Okay.
But it is going to be, unless you have specific.
Yeah, I
requests.
think that the one to the union is pretty, in my opinion, it's okay to, would be okay to try to get approval with the union now to proceed that, but I think that the other one, once it's created, we'll have to review it then.
Okay, do you wish to bring it to the,
I
Yeah,
didn't
the
like the
vote?
way I read, I haven't seen any concerns, that was my only thing, like, oh, are we going, is this everyone, or because every point that was touched on in your report was all about the unionized staff, so I'm like, okay, well, is this 1 or 2, and now it's for both, so. There's still an invisible wall there.
Okay.
All right, thank you very much. All right, moving on, item 931, public health Sudbury district minutes. For information only, does anybody have questions, comments? No, thank you very much. Next, report to council. Oh, this one's, you're in it, 'cause I'm sitting back.
Oh, the SEEK program completion. Oops, sorry. Item 9.32, report to council SEEK program completion prepared by Denise Cole.
Yes, council, so, if council remembers the last time we spoke, I think it was in January, I can't even remember when that incident happened, it was so far back. council had recommended that they would want to know the amount of settlement before moving forward. The amount of settlement was received, and regardless of that, I prepared the report without actually knowing the amount of settlement. But because March 31st is, I need to fill out a report to send it to MTO to tell them what we're gonna do with the money. So I was just praying that the amount would come in, and it did come in. And did I write it on here?
I didn't see it on here, no.
Okay, so it did come in on Friday. It was $40,364.34. Thank you. So now we have the amount of money. I have two proposals. The seat proposal we received yesterday afternoon, and proposal from the Lions Club was received today. Is it today? Yes, today. I was out of the office yesterday, with a doctor's appointment. So I do have the seat proposal. It's quite straightforward, bullet point. I do not agree with a few bullet points in there. Wherever, if you want to pass it down.
I was just looking if you sent an email yesterday afternoon, I was like.
No, I was not in the office, and then when I checked this morning, and then looking at, so that is the seat proposal. And again, I was not privy to this until I read it. I do not agree specifically with the loss line and the gift baskets. I would have requested a change to it before bringing it to council, but unfortunately, I had to bring it in this form. So that's what the, and I will share the Lions Club after you're done with that.
This was something that was brought up at the board meeting for?
No, not those specific line items. They had some of the items on there. Like, you want to?
No, I was just wondering if I have permission just to read it.
Oh,
even though I'm not-
yeah. It's quite, yeah. I would have, just to be honest, I would have been telling her that she should remove those two, especially to get council approval. Council can still approve this without those two lines, if you can justify. And, I have a proposal from the Lions Club. And they are looking to, I know.
The Lions Club, I think is on, was that on here already?
I received it, it's dated March 18th, though. So here we go, you can pass it on. Sorry again for the paper, it's like, not used to paper now. So that one, in speaking with the representative from the Lions Club, the settlement from the insurance, I still have a question on the exact amount and when will it be available. So whether they want to risk it and purchase a vehicle right away, I would caution, there's probably going to be more deals, but it shows the intent of what they want to go towards. Because I'm sure that another vehicle similar to this will come forward unless they want to take the chance. I did confirm with the CT program. Sorry, I'll be quiet in the council.
They added the HST to their final price here.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I thought that was too big. I don't have two copies.
So, to add to to those two proposals, I did, pass all those scenarios with, the CT program, the Community Transportation Grant Program. They basically came back, that whatever scenario we propose for the continuation, as long as the funds are going for a transit service or transportation program, they will be receptive. So if you're supporting the, Edo Señal proposal, they are okay with that, because I gave them a rough, they want, except for the few items there. I didn't even ask those, I wouldn't even put those forward. But if it's towards the transportation program, like paying the drivers, paying the vehicles, as long as council, endorses that, they would be okay. And I did, because of the fire, tell them that we're getting the settlement and not knowing when the check is coming. I did, ask them if the money could be put in a trust, or a bank account, for lack of a better word, until such time that we have the funds in hand and, the Lions clubs, if chosen, moves forward. They are also, I do have copies of the emails, if council wants to read it, okay. No, sorry. I'm trying to figure out which comes first. And, so I did put, as a sample, if council does support the Lions Club, I did, that the funds from the disposition of the van as a result of an insurance claim, fire, be put in a municipal trust account for the intent purposes, of purchase of the van by the St. Charles Lions Club Transportation Program. That if the funds are not used before September 31st, 2025, that was a date mentioned, by one of the Lions representatives, maybe we can play with the dates, for transit service, that the funds be returned to Community Transportation Program. And they came back with, thank you for your email for the update, or apologies slight delay. We have at 4:32 today, so nothing like last minute. We have no concerns with the messaging you have listed below, for your council meeting. Regarding your first question on proof about, the fund towards the trans service, okay, that's the reporting. I have to report it on the last report due March 31st. That's basically what that one's saying. And there's questions on, in discussion with the line representative, what actually the van has to look like. It does not have to be a wheelchair with a ramp accessible. All it has to be is AODA compliant, grab bars, transfers. So they do not have to spend all the funds in getting the van retrofitted. So I'll just so regarding the AOD compliance, the vehicle municipality chosen to purchase must comply with the OREG 2 made under the Highway Traffic Act. And then the condition was it would be need to be AODA compliant, referring to the Accessories to Disabilities of Ontario Act, but it does not have to be specialized vehicle. So basically, does not have to be modified. Like it has to be modified, but not have to be a wheelchair. It would not be wheelchair compliant. So that's again the proposal, because that adds another $20,000 to renovate. So unfortunately, this is last minute information, and I do have to submit a report in the next 2 weeks, seeing that there's no regularly scheduled meeting. We are tentatively meeting again on the to adopt the strategic plan on March 28th. a potential, if council wants to think about it, we can wait for the resolution then, or if council is ready, it's because it's all this last minute information, and I can share everything I have digitally also, so if you want to read through the emails back and forth with the CT, or really digest the Ada Signal proposal, or even the lines, it is up, and whatever we choose, it's money, we're just gonna allocate money to one or allocate money to the other. There's no risk to the municipality, except the program itself. And that would be it there, so unless you have additional questions.
Councillor Paty.
I'd just like to understand where they, where they came from with these numbers, like Sudbury East Senior Support stopped charging seat for management and scheduler bookkeeper in October to keep costs down. So they're requesting for so another group provided them with assistance, and now they're asking for 6 months of. I don't know, yeah, I don't know, there's a lot to digest with this. As you mentioned, there's a few lines that are quite questionable. Like client fees. Like, I don't quite understand what they mean by client fees. Is that in terms of transportation services that their clients were having?
So from the last meeting, if I'm not wrong, so every time you book a call with the transportation program, you're charged a fee depending where you're going. So they have fixed fees if you're going to Sudbury or just to the clinic. And what my understanding is that they want to bring those down to zero, like they want to refine. My understanding, that, again, I've read this and I got stuck on a few lines on that one, so dig deep on the other ones.
Yeah, and I don't know, Councilor Lopez, if you can speak to some of this part a little more? No. Okay. Yeah, I don't know, there's some stuff that could have possibly been discussed about that, but I don't know, the rest, it's just, yeah,
A lot of bonuses.
Yeah, I think, at this point, it's not even really a question about going with, the St. Charles Lions Club at this point, because, yeah, while their proposal, they are going with, I don't know what the mileage is, 95,000 kilometers, there's quite a bit of mileage on there, so they're starting with the, van with a little bit of mileage already on it, but, their proposal is definitely, preferable in continuing this program, because the other way is not at all.
Just a note, and I should have added this, council may also impose, may say, seat, just an example, and just, you may continue the program and subsidize for the next, until the money runs out, but you can't spend it on these lines.
Yeah.
If you wanted to do that too, so just make it clear that, because obviously there's some lines, like, I know they're non-starters, but you can also impose.
Yeah, I don't know. So at this point, they haven't commented still, we can put the money in the bank account, or when we receive the funds until, yeah.
Interest, yeah.
Yeah, just to the March 31st.
I will share the emails with which I read there.
Okay.
Just for you to understand that I've done the back and forth, I think it's fair for both parties. Maybe not in detail, because I didn't ask for some, if some were acceptable, because they're not acceptable. It has to be for the transportation program. It cannot be for bonusing. But I'll share the email, so just as proof that they are in agreement with it's in the language that I read of the bank account holding the money for the Lions Club until they're ready to purchase. And then at that point, the money would be given with this sole condition, it has to be bought for transit service, and after that, it would not be a municipal program. It would be solely run by the Lions Club at whatever time you choose to be ready. Well, I gave 6 months, so hopefully 6 months will be sufficient.
Is it still the municipality paying for the insurance and stuff?
That would be a decision of council if council wants to maintain the ownership of the van. At this point, if the Lions want to run it, that could be negotiated with them. Because I know there was suggestion at one point that we would hold it in our fleet and they would just operate it, and then we would be responsible for insurance. But if you want to just say to Lions Club, here you go, here's some funds, go buy yourself a van, run the program, they would be responsible for insurance, maintenance of the vehicle, and hopefully they would find a flow where it would be self-funding, so it would be an ongoing program rather than just waiting until the van runs out. And again, it could be a limited program, so because the Lions will be operating out of St. Charles, if they decide they won't cross the West Arm and they won't go further than Highway 17, they can use that. There's no mandatory that we have to go to Albin or the back reaches of Marks Day. Because I think that's what the other program ended up, I think the geography was a bit too big.
Sorry.
No, go ahead. No, that's, I think, you know, option, what is it, 1, A? The top option, I don't know, the request from the seat committee, there's just too much, yeah. And then, yeah. Councilor Charles.
Councilor Lachon?
Yeah, so, I think that, like, from the Lions Club, what the proposition is that they're kind of trying to hurry up to get a vehicle to show what they wanted to spend it on. I think that if they know the funds are gonna be allocated, then they could spend some more time to actually shop for a vehicle more fitting within the price range possibly. I don't know, something with maybe a little bit less mileage as Councilor Putz indicated. As for the seat, sorry, it was their request. I did the math and actual, that's not counting the ifs. So $3,720 client fees if client has already paid, and the other one was $30,000 client fees paid for 3 months of 10 if the client has already paid. So the reimbursement portions. So that's even considering those two that are ifs. It'd be $8,460 of that 40 some odd thousand that's going into the seat program, not counting it previous in-kind services. So I see that potential of $4,500 going back to residents for services with this. And with the Lions Club, I see potential for the entire amount going back to helping residents and for servicing. So I just for that reason alone, I would be more inclined people with the Lions Club's proposition.
That being said, do we have to do a resolution today, or?
We're coming back on 28th. It might be a better idea
Is it
to
to
do a properly worded resolution.
Okay.
Yeah, and that would be
And we're gonna be
sufficient.
okay for March 31st?
Yes, the report is only due the April, you got 2 days post-April. They're okay if I give them the intent of council, which I,
So option 1?
1A, with the difference that I will be recommending a trust until March, September 31st.
Counselor?
There's only one item on this other one here, that I would like to see if we can make good on is the replacement of that wheelchair that was lost in the fire, since I think they still have vehicles in there, so could use that. To me, that's one thing that I feel could at least be given back of that amount. I don't, we don't want to split it 2 different ways or whatnot, but we can look at a way to make good on that at least. I feel that's their loss.
Yeah.
I'm in favor of that.
And I guess we'd have to talk further about the insurance.
For Lions Club?
Well, to decide what we're doing for insurance. Are we going to keep going with the insurance of the vehicle, or is it going to be Lions Club?
No, they said to further ensure sustainability of the initiative, St. Charles Lions Club with a transportation fee for medical appointments, which would help offset the operational costs such as fuel and maintenance. They also intend to insure the van at a cost of $2,800, which will provide comprehensive coverage.
Okay.
For the
Just
vehicle, so
wanted to be
they're
clear.
taking
Yeah.
care of that,
Okay.
as far as what I read anyway.
Okay. Option 1A.
Thank you.
next, item 941, report to council, facility insurance, prepared by Tammy.
Yeah, so this is for information primarily. It's been something that's a long time coming, but we finally secured a partnership with a facility insurance provider through our insurer. It's a really good program. It's through Instant Risk. I've had a complete walkthrough on it. It's very simple to use. I've provided all of the information to council about the types of events that they cover. They do also cover alcohol. Anybody wanting to rent one of our facilities, they're not required to use this insurance, but this actually is a great opportunity for something like an alternative. Because some people just don't understand that they can call their home insurer and get insurance or whatever. Their rates are extremely good. They are really good. They also have 24-hour online support. So when somebody comes in wanting to rent a facility, we provide them with the link to go to their website. They sign up. If they run into a problem or have any questions, they deal directly with Instant Risk. So it's not putting staff in a position of giving improper advice on insurance coverage. Everything is completely dealt with through Instant Risk. And they make the payment directly to Instant Risk through PayPal or credit card or whatever online payment. And then we are automatically emailed a copy of the insurance coverage. So we know automatically that they've fulfilled the requirement to have coverage. So this is just for your information that we've finally been able to get this in place. It's up and running, and I think staff actually gave the information to the first people this week. So.
All right, thank you very much. Any questions?
No, thank you.
I just had a comment. I played around with it a little bit. It's pretty interactive. It's very easy to set everything on there. I don't know if anybody else has had a chance to play with it. I don't know. Do any of the quotes, like, does that go back to the municipality or only once? No, just because there might be a lot of test quotes.
Oh, no, we only get an email once a coverage has been issued.
Okay.
We don't get to see any of the back end stuff of this at all. Like, we don't have access to it.
So
Unless we have
as-
our own account for something, we don't have any access to their system or program, so.
Perfect.
Whatever tests you've done
and
are safe.
And that's good too. So as soon as it's selected and gets paid for, where the coverage is then issued, the municipality gets a copy of it right away.
Correct. Yeah.
Perfect. No, that's great.
Anybody else have questions?
Just a comment also that I think, I know in the last 12 months for sure, we've lost a couple of rentals due to the whole insurance factor, and I think that this is great, and I also think that it falls in line with one of our action items on this proposed strategic plan, and I think it's a great step forward, and I didn't get to play with it like Councilor Fuss said. I was curious, I was reading very finely through, like, the rates are great, I'm just trying to find them, so if someone could speak to that for just a quick,
Oh,
I got $10
You got $10
for an hour.
For an hour.
Yeah.
One of the things, I'm sorry, I didn't mention was, they automatically include setup and tear down in their price. So, when you're inputting your date of event, so if you say you have a weekend event and it's from Friday to Sunday, but you're actually getting in on, say, Thursday and cleaning up on Monday, you're only putting in Friday to Sunday as your event, and they automatically cover your setup and tear down ahead of them beforehand. So it's not a separate requirement that you have to put in those extra days. They just want the date of your event.
Yeah, that's awesome. It's gonna make it for people that are leery about renting because of it, and it gives them an avenue instead of just saying, well, you need it. Well, they were made it easier for you, and I think it's fantastic.
Okay. Yeah, I agree. All right, thank you very much. Next item, 951, resolution stemming from February 19th regular meeting. A reduction of invoice for reapportionment. Can I have a mover and a seconder? Councillor Loftus and Councillor Laframboise?
Moved by Councillor Loftus and seconded by Councillor Laframboise, whereas 2249162 Ontario Incorporated initiated two consent applications B/06/23/SC and B/07/23/SC. And whereas a condition of the notice of decision was the requirement of obtaining a Section 65 reapportionment report under the Municipal Drainage Act. And whereas the drainage superintendent, Casemart Associates Limited, issued the report together with an invoice in the amount of $5,000. And whereas council has deemed this invoice amount to be excessive, be it resolved that council for the corporation of the municipality of St. Charles agrees to grant a reduction of $2,500 on the invoice issued to 2249162 Ontario Inc. for the Section 65 reapportionment.
Any comments? All those in favor? Carried. Next, resolution stemming from March 5th this time, contract for maintenance of the Blancagny, Dorset, and Lemieux drain. Mover and a seconder, Councillor Lachance, Councillor Potier.
Moved by Councillor Lachance and seconded by Councillor Potier, be it resolved that the council for the corporation of the municipality of St. Charles agrees to award the contract for the drainage works on the Blancagny drain and the Dorset-Lemieux drain pursuant to the request for maintenance submitted by Norma Dorset to French River Contracting in the amount of $8,799 plus HST.
Comments, questions? If not, all those in favor? Carried. Next item, 953, information, Sudbury East Chamber of Commerce, the minutes. Any questions, comments? No, for information? Next item, 961, report to council, update on replacement of fire department and Parks and Rec vehicle, prepared by James, but who's presenting that one?
Maybe Paul or something.
Gordon. I can just read it out. I'll let the Public Works and the fire. So I'll just intro council last meeting. I'd informally agreed to the replacement of the fire truck. Vehicle through the fall. So we just need a resolution for that purchase, which I think the clerk has prepared.
Yes.
And I'll let the Public Works to speak to the Public Works vehicle, but the decision to purchase this vehicle was the direction to prepare the resolution for tonight.
Yes.
So there's nothing in the report regarding the Public Works upfitting. It's more all about the upfitting of the new fire department truck. The purpose of the report was to actually put before council all of the quotes that they had requested to be seen, that the fire chief had obtained. So all of the quotes are here and being produced for council to make the informed decision and move forward with their pre-approval of the purchase.
Okay. Anybody have questions on the report?
I had just one, but maybe it could be forwarded to the fire chief unless someone else can answer. With the deal that we were making with Pumper 1201 with the sale, instead of sale, we were trading it to Battle Shield. We decided we're trading to Battle Shield with future considerations for upfitting and such. I was just curious if the $25,000 for upfitting this truck could not come from that. That's all. My question.
From the money they would refund if
Yeah,
the cost of repair was.
18 grand or something.
I recall a little bit of that. I don't know if we got the full funding back, because it was dependent on if it was a functioning pump, or if they were.
They could repair it below a certain
Oh, it
fee,
was
but
sold, it
however.
was sold to us that way, and that's the percentage.
Yes,
So, there were specific items that we were trading for to put on the new pumper, for value of $8,300. So they had the specific items that was going on the pumper, and then if the repair of the pumper that we were selling them was under a certain amount, they would give us an additional money for accessories, which was not allocated for different things.
Oh, I thought it was supposed to be for future considerations. I didn't think it was for the pumper that was already purchased.
Yeah, it was for accessories on the pumper.
The
And
original
then-
portion,
I thought,
the pre-approved portion of
Correct.
the,
okay, and the valve.
trading value.
And if there was a balance, if it was repaired, they would give us additional money, and then that would be used for future consideration that we could use for other items.
Which we haven't heard back on probably yet.
No, not yet. I just got a response from them this week asking for the invoice for the $8,300, that's why I know. Because it was first, I think there was 3 specific things, that they replaced on the.
Was that sufficient for your response?
Yeah, like it is what it is, if it's a timing thing, and just to understand the updating is pretty much just the stickers and the lights, I think what are the quote, so. Stickers, lights, and badging.
Back rack, toolbox, tonneau cover.
Well, no, 3 of those items aren't included.
For Apex, it is.
For Apex, okay. Oh, sorry.
From my understanding.
That's the other truck, okay.
Yeah, I believe there's like a whole overhaul of the inside. They have to rip out the whole interior and the armrest, that they were doing, they're ripping off the dashboard to retrofit it to whatever he needs it for.
That's why I think the toolbox and the tonneau cover were not included in this, I believe.
No.
As far as this price does not include back rack, toolbox, or tonneau cover. It's right in the report.
For the Battle Shield.
Battleship.
It's got the 2 asterisks thing there.
Yes. Oh, okay, that was from Battlefield, so I got you. Apex is included too. I'm friendly. Just on the detailed list down below, I didn't see here, but I don't want to spend too much time on this, but I just want to quick. From Apex. Yeah. Doesn't specify, I see a back rack, but I don't see anything about a tonneau cover or a toolbox, but maybe it's itemized differently in the quote. I don't know.
Yeah, could be.
Yeah.
You're sufficient, you've got a sufficient answer for your question? Yeah? Okay. So therefore, can I have a mover and a seconder for the resolution, for the purchase of the vehicle? Councillor Lachance, Councillor Loftus.
Moved by Councillor LaChance and seconded by Councillor Loftus, be it resolved, the council for the corporation of the municipality of St. Charles agrees to the purchase of a Ford F-250 for the fire department from Listowel Ford in the amount of $62,987 plus HST, with upfitting to be completed by Apex Fire and Safety in the amount of $25,795 plus HST. And be it further resolved that these funds shall be paid through the AMP Reserve Fund.
All those in favor? Carried. Next, a report to council, Sudbury East OPP Detachment Board, prepared by Denis.
Yes, your worship, this is the standard resolution that was submitted by, that's standard what all these policies are using. In a sense, it's a, council's obliged, under the CSPA to fund the police board. So a budget was, as you can see the whereas, it's pretty descriptive. Their intent for the budgeting, which also has been budgeted in our municipal budget. So the total budget for the board is $31,276.80. The board agreed to do an equal distribution among the members of the 4 municipalities. And this resolution is basically a confirmation that the municipality of St. Charles will be contributing its share, and they accept the full $31,276.80 budget. And obviously forward the copy of the resolution to the Sudbury East OPP detachment. So it's a straightforward resolution, and I'm sure your worship, you can add if you want.
Yeah, I can add this, that this is a worst case scenario budget, because in the budget, they had included, some conferences and such. And while they were budgeting for conference, they had put, everybody would be attending the conference. So as soon as you have 1 or 2 or 3 people that omit or do not participate in the conference, obviously, the value goes down for that year's budget. How is that gonna work for the next, I'm not sure, I would imagine that would be a credit for the following year, but, because we're accepting the budget as is for now, but they did say that this is a worst case scenario budget, it could be lower. Yes.
My biggest concern with this is just, as far as the budgeted amounts, per municipality, for the 4 member municipalities for this board, the costs are split right down the middle for the 4. And I think that all of our other shared services are per capita amount, so I don't understand why that doesn't apply here also.
Do you wanna take this, or should I try it? I can try, then I've got somebody to back it. But the concept is, this is about representation, and while the others have more about geography and space and how many clients are available or that need to be serviced, and so, and that same argument was made in the OPP board, and also before leaving, that was also one of my concerns before leaving for the meeting, and because I knew we were gonna be faced with the budget, I had a few minutes to sit down with Pam and discuss this. And do you want to take it over?
So from the rationale that I'm thinking is, all the other boards provide services with their board, which is why it's prorated, right? So the planning board also provides service of planning. The OPP services that bill us per is because of providing services to those residents. The OPB board isn't actually providing services to the residents, it's providing service to the OPP. You know what I mean?
But so instead of the service you're providing, you're not providing a service, but you're providing representation to a certain population of people, so in that argument, it could still be.
You could, but you're still only a quarter of the vote of the OPP board.
So everyone gets this equal vote.
Correct, whereas when you're on the planning board, your planning board is actually providing services based on the actual work, whereas the OPB board isn't actually providing any work that is being distributed, based on work that they perform, right? They're just kind of overseeing the work being performed. So that was kind of the rationale. It's because, if that makes sense.
So.
It'd be like if the planning board
Overseeing,
had a planning board on top of the
Yeah.
planning board. Your planning board, like Matt's fee would be distributed because he's helping everybody else, whereas your planning board cost would be, because you're all representing equally, so you're equaling equal cost. So that was the rationale behind that.
Yeah, and that's the same rationale that was used that I sort of heard it twice, so it's sort of accepted it. But my first gut instinct was the same as yours, Councilor Deschamps, that since OPP was based on per capita, that may be but.
What kind of power is this board gonna have? What are they gonna do for us? What is the outcome?
Well, this board is mandated by the province, it has to be there, it's not something we can opt out of. So, and the whole, what the board's gonna be doing, I started, it's still, we're gonna learn as we go, essentially is what we're being told, but we're an advisory board, and I would imagine if we see items in our municipality, it gives us a communication point with the OPP that we can share these needs to them. So, and.
You share it with the OPP or you share it with the other board?
No, there's an OPP that is sitting there at the board.
Is this because, this all come up because French River's maintaining their detachment, or is it just a?
No, everybody's having to go to OPP boards in the province.
And the option was going with West Nipissing, and because they're separate. That's why the Sudbury East ended up separate from
Yeah.
Sudbury East.
Yeah, which is just detachment in French River, is it not?
And just to add to, some of the costs are specific to the members, like the biggest one, the travel to conference meeting is per member. So if you're looking at this point, if one member from Killarney and one member from French River goes, the costs are the same. Support, and that could be another rationale.
And we have two actually members, because we have one member from public, which is from St.
So a lot of the cost is, you can't even break it down per reference station because it is actually the member from St. Charles or any municipality that you attended a conference, insurance premium the same. The insurance premium for the board members, if I understand correctly.
I think so too.
Yeah, so it's not, so unfortunately, even I looked at the cost and it does make sense that the cost is per municipality. Because a lot of the cost is very directed to that one person that is sitting on the board.
But that person doesn't go to the conferences, you're still out doing it, they don't attend, so
Maybe that could be a condition next year, if you don't go to a conference, we get credited for
that money back or.
A portion.
that could be a small
be.
win.
I don't know.
Well, I'm
if
just,
that-
I'm not trying to, I know it's less than $8,000.
It could be
but
something that could be discussed.
And I know
brought
training,
back.
training is mandatory for that board, so
Oh, yeah.
you may be required, and I have no clue on that part, if you're required to attend, but I know, you can't just walk into it and sit down at that board.
No, you have quite a bit of training you have to go through, like
And
almost.
then your membership dues go.
Pardon?
I was just laughing at the membership dues, that's kind of, you have to be a part of it, but you have to pay dues to be a part of it.
Any other, did that answer your question?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Any other questions from the council? No? Therefore, can I have a mover and a seconder for this resolution? Councillor Potier, Councillor Laframboise?
Moved by Councillor Petier and seconded by Councillor Laframboise, whereas pursuant to the Community Safety and Policing Act 2019, CSPA, Section 71, Bracket 1, an OPP detachment board shall prepare estimates in accordance with regulations made by the minister of the total amount required to pay the expenses of the board's operation, excluding the remuneration of board members. And whereas pursuant to CSPA 2019, Section 71, Bracket 2, the OPP detachment board shall submit the estimates to every municipality that receives policing services from the detachment, along with a statement of the municipality's share of the costs as determined in accordance with the regulations made by the minister. And whereas pursuant to CSPA 2019, Section 71, Bracket 3, subject to subsection 4, the municipalities shall contribute their share of the costs to the OPP detachment board's budget in accordance with the estimates. And whereas pursuant to Ontario Regulation 135, Bracket 20, or /24, Section 3, to each municipality in the area for which the OPP detachment board has services shall pay an equal share of the amount set out in the board's estimates. And whereas the Sudbury East OPP detachment board has prepared estimates of all sums required for the operation of the board for the fiscal year 2025, totaling $31,276.80, to be shared equally among the participating municipalities. And whereas the total municipal contribution is allocated as follows: Municipality of French River, $7,819.20. Municipality of St. Charles, $7,819.20. Municipality of Marseille Warren, $7,819.20. Municipality of Killarney, $7,819.20. Now therefore be it resolved that the Council for the Municipality of St. Charles hereby, 1, approves the 2025 budget estimates for the Sudbury East OPP Detachment Board in the total amount of $31,276.80. 2, confirms the municipality's obligation to contribute its share in the amount of $7,819.20 in accordance with Ontario Regulation 135/24, Section 3.2. 3, provide a copy of this resolution to the Sudbury East OPP Detachment Board for their records and implementation.
All those in favor? Carried. Okay, next item, 971, report to council, village road, plan options, prepared by Pamela.
Okay, so at the last council meeting, I had presented, council with kind of a projection so that they can make decisions on both the village roads. Again, it wasn't to approve what was presented in the projections, it was whether to give direction to staff to proceed with roads. And council had asked that I come back with a couple different scenarios on roads. So in version 1, it would be to move up St. Joseph. So we would do King Street East, Casimir Road, and St. Joseph. So in year 1, and then follow the pattern with the other roads. Version 2 would just do the 3 roads, and then all other village roads would remain gravel. Version 3 would be doing the King, Casimir, St. Joseph, John, Hector, and La Ponce, but Notre Dame, St. Anne, and Chevafis would remain gravel. Version 4, King, Casimir, and St. Joseph would be done. So would Notre Dame, St. Anne, and St. Anne. And Hector, La Ponce Street, and Chevafis would return to gravel. Version 5, King, Casimir, and St. Joseph would be done, and Chevafis would follow, and Notre Dame, St. Anne, Hector, John, and La Ponce Street would return to gravel. And then version 6 is if we did all village roads in year 1 and just do 1 and done. So in the spreadsheet, I just kind of summarized, so it's the same spreadsheet that was presented to council. I just summarized the outcomes so that council could see, and I also put it down to a 20 or 10 year, I think, and the last one was a 20 year. So that council see based on the options, so that you can direct staff on where you want to proceed. Again, you're not agreeing specifically to this, it's just to give council an idea of the decisions that they make and what, how they could affect. And again, there were some stipulations or assumptions that were used. Again, the interest rate that we were using was 4.45. The amortization term for the loans would be 25 years. This was based on the engineering cost. If they were not correct, then these numbers are not correct. Inflation will be stable. There was no, fluctuation or impact on tariff calculated in here. So if the tariff war does continue, this may dramatically change. And then new construction activity will be constant. So also in there were some questions that were asked of the engineering firm that council wanted clarification on. So those questions were sent out, and a response was given back. So the response and the questions are here in the report for council to review. So again, it's just to give staff some direction on where you want us to proceed, because we would like to issue these tenders as soon as possible. So are we issuing it for certain streets, not certain streets, for you guys to discuss.
All right. Questions, comments?
Looking at the questions that were answered, so if we do go ahead and, say at first it was pretty much King Street and Casimir, and then we brought forward St. Joseph. So if we were to do all 3, I guess we would be saving approximately 82,000. Is that what I'm saying?
He's saying approximately 40,000 if you were to do the 3, and then the other $42,000 I think had to do with something
The
about
drainage or something in?
So I'll explain the last one. So I did have a discussion about this section. So if you do remember where the splash pad is, the actual paved road continues right to the end of the public works property, right before you go up the hill. If you remove that section up to the municipal drain, if you can, where the pump station is, there's a drain. If you back off the pavement to there, you save $42,000 savings for that little section. It's just I saw it because I did ask him. So So if we decide in the future, if the prices go up and we're trying to trim, is it, do you trim now and ask for change order later, to add it? Or do you put it in and do a change order afterwards? He said it's preferable to do the smaller to get the proper pricing and add the change order. But it's that one of those sections, do we want, and I did ask him, the stability of the asphalt in front of the public works, will it break up with the trucks going out? He said, no, it would be stable, like highway solid. So it was just an option of saying 42,000 for that particular one. On the economies of scale, yeah, the more you do, it's basically is a guess estimate, where you're saying the more you do, the less mobilization. So it would be 40,000 per. And there was one more thing.
The grant too, right? If we don't do King Street East, we lose the grant.
Yes. Yeah, but there was something else with the questions. Oh, the wastewater, just a general comment that it's not added here. He said, in general terms, the wastewater pipes are in good condition. It's just there's some sections that have sunk that just have to be reset. So once you do this reset, he does believe that these pipes will last the duration of the road. So it's not, if you're doing any other repairs, it should last at least the lifetime of the asphalt that's putting on top. Because that was sort of a question that was not specifically answered. We'll fix pipes, but are we digging the pipes up in 20 years while the asphalt is hopefully lasting 35? So he did say the system is in fair to good condition pipe-wise.
That's for the storm sewer?
Sewer.
The sewer.
Storm.
The wastewater?
Storm is all going to be new.
That's what, okay.
Well, they're on surface right now, so.
Yeah, exactly, that's what I was, okay.
This is specific to sewers, and I did ask him the cost, it's because the cost for the sewer pipes will be attributed to the users in the village, so that one was a specific question, it won't be a significant impact on them, but he didn't put a number to it, so unfortunately, but he said it shouldn't be significant because it's only specific sections that are need to be reset. Most of the system is in good condition.
Okay.
Being that King Street East and St. Joe's are both deteriorating, I like to recommend, it looks like we're saving if we're gonna combine those three streets together. So for myself, I'd like to go ahead and do King Street East, Casimir, and St. Joe's for sure. It's a lot of money, but we're getting a bit of a savings, and we can use at least a grant to do the sidewalks for King Street East. I think if we're not doing this, we're just patching and spending more money on the side, and we're not getting ahead. So that's my.
So you're looking at version 2 where all other remaining roads go to gravel? Which, if, again, it's having to decide service level, as I've been hearing a few times. And essentially that's where if we put some new asphalt, that means we have to start saving for the next time we put asphalt.
Exactly, yeah.
Which is always a fact.
Sorry, I'm always a little tender for asset management. I know the treasurer loves it so much. The part of the adopting the level of service, you will do public consultation. And if I'm not mistaken, it is, are we intending to do public, not yet. So you can also ask the public survey, because I know part of level of service, you can invite people to comment on the plan. So if you're worried, maybe the village say, no, we're willing to pay more taxes to get roads. Or you could be a straight decision of council, this is what we believe, but what you decide to do could also be changed tomorrow or by the next council. But it's a level service. I think the plan is coming some in July or trying to be adopted in August. And that will be in there. That's when that actual decision will be made. Yes, we can take the first step today, but the actual decision for gravel will most likely be in the August report. If I'm not mistaken, that will be in there.
In the August report, we have told him to assume that village roads will remain LCD, except for King Street, it would be HCD. All other roads will go to gravel. However, I told him that we were having this meeting and we would confirm with him the timing, on roads, or if roads will go back to gravel. For asset management, it would be nice to know, but I don't, correct me if I'm wrong, I don't think they need to make the decision on whether all other roads are going to gravel right now. I think the decision that we need right now is what road do you wanna go to tender now?
Yes, I'm on King Street, that's the oranges.
But it just, if we're looking at the percentage increase, obviously we can't, if we say we're doing all three now and it's gonna be cheaper, it's only cheaper, or the tax rates are only lower if we only do those three. If we do those three plus and we continue, then it is higher.
No, I remember those three. St. Joseph and King Street need to be done. Like,
Okay.
ASAP.
Okay.
That's what I'm thinking.
All right.
So.
Councilor Lapis.
Yeah, I think the hub of St. Charles, like, we have so many tours in the summer, like King Street East, Casimir, and St. Joseph, because of the store and the school. These are roads that need, they're in some dire need of some TLC. So, to me, I would recommend getting those done. And personally, gravel roads are not bad as long as they're maintained. I find, you know, if they're graded and you put calcium down, they're better than the hard pack roads. So right now, if she wants a decision, I would say let's go ahead and get these three main, well, King Street, Casimir, and St. Joseph started, and then we can discuss the other roads at a later date. But I mean, if they have to go back to gravel, it's not the end of the world.
Okay. Councilor Bethea.
I'm just looking at the grand scheme of things, and the totals were given for completion of the roads, the projects. That's for the entirety of the project. So if we're returning it to gravel, as you can see in the lovely little graph here, at the end of the day, it isn't a substantial difference if we return to gravel or if we return to the chip and tar, the pave. Like it's not like quite literally. So if we look at version 2, which is what we're kind of deciding on right now, I know. So 2026 is where there would be a substantial increase for some of the different ones, but that's where we'd be taking. Correct me if I'm wrong. Pam, we'd be taking from asset management more the following year to keep
So
to
essentially,
keep
it
it
would
aside
be,
at 6.5
yeah, you'd
million.
be borrowing. Right?
Yeah.
So you would be heavy borrowing at the beginning and then depositing throughout the other years.
Okay.
To get to the point where at the end of 10 years, you're kind of now stacked. You can now hopefully be inflationary rates.
Okay.
So you will have that 10-year period of high. So at the end of the 10 years, if you're looking at the 2035, like that's essentially what your tax rate's going to be at the end. So there's the difference of if you're looking at all the roads, but just doing the 3 roads right now and then continuing with the plan, you're ending at $6,022,000. If you choose option 2, which is just doing the 3 roads and bringing everything else down to gravel, at the end of 10 years, you'd be at $5,757,000.
We're talking about 250,000 essentially.
Right.
Yeah.
So again, that's just your taxation though, that's not your actual cost, right? So it's just your taxation, obviously you need to continue $6 million for the next 15 years after that also. So, like, I don't want you to think that it's only $300,000 difference, there's a lot bigger difference in the actual cost at the end. Because this is only accounting for the debt repayment, because that's all we need to repay that year. So if you're looking here, let's say for the next 10 years, it's a 0% increase, and it remains, you're gonna have $300,000 difference for the next 15 years. So that's the true cost of doing that. Does that make sense?
So can you see the graph for the? No.
So yeah, even though it looks like 300,000, well, why wouldn't we do it for 300,000? It's 300,000 for the next 15 years.
Yeah. 100%. Yeah, it's like we're not saving millions by not doing returning the other roads to, pave, right? It's,
Well, 300,000 times 15, we're in the middle.
oh, yeah. But it's just that at the end of the day, like we talked about here, you gotta assess the service levels that we wanna achieve.
That's it.
Yeah. So, I'm in favor of going with, essentially, version 2 or version 1, either way is moving up, completing the 3 roads.
The 3 roads?
Yeah, start, regardless, so I don't know what the overall plan is in returning, because my only gonna be returned to gravel to do all the work first.
Yeah, so I guess we can postpone that decision till, they were saying August, I believe.
Well, the tender would have to be going out shortly, but, so I'm not sure what the project scope encompasses, if the remainder of the roads would also have to be done at the same time, and they would just remain gravel until the following year that we do it, or if would it, I don't know what the whole scope of that would be, like.
For all of the village roads?
If we do Keaton and Casimir right now, are we turning all the other ones gravel right away and then repaving later?
Why should
I
we
don't-
do that?
No,
Is that
that's
what
what
you're
I'm,
asking?
yeah, that's what I'm wondering, right,
No,
is,
I
no?
just focus on those 3.
Okay, so, that's what I was curious about, right, is like, because we have to redo, certain storm drains, or storm drains and then some sewers, are other drainage gonna be affected to the point that we have to redo it right away? That's what I'm kind of curious about.
Yeah.
So CXP had commented on that, saying that the only one would have been, King Street East and Casimir that would need to be done together.
Okay.
And then St. Joseph would be a good standalone.
Okay.
And the remainder of the roads could be LCB, just a spraying tar, so that could be done as a separate project, because these would be HCD roads.
Yeah.
But I understand what Councilor Putzi is saying. How would the new storm sewers tie in with the old storm sewers from the unpaved road, the untouched roads?
My understanding, they're removing the entire storm sewer system and
So,
I don't know about this section there, but
like Hector and we're not touching that for how many years, but
It was only certain fittings that needed to be reset.
for the storm sewer,
I know I did ask for John Street, he has to go in a bit, but not far. I asked him, do you have to do the entire section? But no, we just have to go in, and he told me, sorry, I don't remember the meters.
okay.
But it seems that the height of the storm was at an appropriate height.
And some of the roads.
Because we're paying them,
St. Anne.
school roads, St. Anne, they're open ditch, right? For storm. Yeah.
Okay. Councilor Putzi, are you done,
Yeah,
Councilor Putzi? Councilor Deschamps?
That's what I was just gonna say, that Nav and St. Anne are, we don't have to even talk about putting those back to gravel, those are, I think, are chipped tarred out, there's nothing wrong with those roads, there's nothing wrong with those roads. The only one in the village area like that, Ponce, is in rough shape, but again, there's issues with the width of that road. Should have been lane, well, it's a lane and it's not wide enough to be considered a road anyway, so I don't know why we wanna change it. And, you look at high traffic areas, St. Anne up to the school is high traffic, John Street up to is important because you gotta go up to the old age home, the seniors, thank you. Hector has already been transitioned back and forth to gravel through what's here, which is having patch ups, if the road's in bad shape, we'll dump a bunch of gravel on it, so it's, to me, I think the focus is King Street East, St. Joseph, and Casimir, and the rest we can approach later. The only one, I think, again, those Hector's in a bit rough shape, and that one stays in bad shape, but the other ones I don't think we're interfering. We leave them as is for now. I don't think that's reverting to gravel. I think we'd be worse off reverting them to gravel this summer and then having to maintain it and grade it than leaving them chip and tar as they are until they need to be done, in my opinion.
I have a question, however, I think under the Ponce, there was a problem with the wastewater?
Yeah, there's pipes underwater there, they have to be reset.
Is that something that would happen on year one? A reset? Or is that what it would happen whenever the year that we are doing that road?
can follow up, because I don't know how far from King Street that section has to be reset. But I'm just looking at the video today, it's like the pipe is, it's a big balloon, it goes underwater. Well, there's full of water. But I don't know how far it is from King Street, so I don't know if it can be done as a separate project, because if we're not doing that section of road in discussion with the Director of Operation, they may have to just contract that specific section out, because unfortunately, you have to go deep and narrow, otherwise you have to dig out the entire road. So that could be considered part of the project, but if you're not doing the Ponce, it's only one section on the Ponce.
Yeah, they don't have to go with gravel or whatever for that part.
I just have one more thing more, like the, so I know we were talking about shortening the section from the Public Works Garage. So from that section on, it's already chip and tar up until where we had pulverized it, right? And we pulverized it just a little past cemetery, I believe. So then, now we have a section that's not pulverized, or we have a section that's, you know, chip and tar, and then we have gravel, and then we have pavement. So I don't know if it's just a matter of
Transition.
I don't know. It's just a, right,
You wouldn't rip out the chip and tar from the garage if we're doing it, you would stop construction but it would be a transition where, yeah, you would go from asphalt to little section of gravel, then back to the chip and tar. Hopefully not long, but that's up to council. It's 42, it's not the end of the world, it's in front of the Public Works Garage. It is near the cemetery, even though we're not going past the cemetery. That would be nice, but unfortunately that's another $42,000. Seemingly, the length is worth $42,000.
yeah, I don't know, just a thought. And I don't know if operationally if it's going to be better or worse coming out of Public Garage, if, you know, grade is close at least, I guess, but.
And again, King Street is just King Street to where it meets Casimir, that's not counting like, King Street to Bedard Road, right? So that's the other rough section of the road and how it's opened in.
Yeah.
Any more questions?
I don't know if Director of Operations wants provide feedback on the sections.
Sure, your worship. So the section that we were commenting on between Public Works is for the graders going out of the yard. You know, if there's, because it's going to be high traffic areas with us coming in and out, that it'll take more grading operations to do it, but the graders going in and out. And essentially, that one section that is down Casimir, I would like to see gravel at some point in time.
Like repulverize.
That's right.
Because right now, it's pulverized up to the hill, I believe, huh? Is that where up? Halfway up the hill or up to the top?
Somewhere around the hill.
Yeah.
And I realize that the cemetery is there, but we could also apply a little bit more calcium and get it to be pretty hard in the summer
Yeah,
months.
because right now, that's a road that I use regularly. That's the worst section now. It's the section that's asphalt.
Yeah.
Where that one you get lots of
Where we didn't pulverize.
where it's not pulverized.
I drove it today and man, that road ever nice. Where we pulverized.
Where it's pulverized, it's a lot better. But where it's asphalt still,
Yeah.
that's where you see some rocks coming out and they're not able to grade it, so. There's rocks pushing under the pavement.
Alright, so if that's the case, and I mean, I don't see an issue with removing that section. It's been mentioned. Yeah, I'm sure we'll have some other polarization needs in the future, so. That possibly, yeah, that's the point, so.
Okay. So from what I'm hearing, and I'll state what I've heard, we go ahead with King Casimir Saint Joseph, and we're approving that to go on year one. And after that, for the following roads, are we going to have an open discussion with the public to see what sort of service level they intend or they feel they would like to live with, or is it a council decision?
It's gonna be more of a council decision. Public input is not required. think the public opinion could come when we present asset management, that hopefully public attends. And they would have their, because we're kind of just going off of what we as staff, believe should be happening. And then it will reflect the dollars, if this is what we want to do, how many dollars we need to do to maintain what we have said. If any changes are made, well, no, we want roads done every 5 years, instead of every 10 years, or we want it plated in gold and not HCP. Like, obviously that changes, everything. So, with the time constraint, and we wanted initially to have it with the strategic plan, so that we had one massive thing, and we didn't have to have, that, but, we didn't really have the greatest turnout on that either, so, I think it's best that we move forward, because we are on a time crunch too.
Yeah, for that first section, yeah.
Yeah, and I don't think, the public input would have helped as much as I
No.
don't think we would have gotten as much input as we would hoped.
And I think, I'm in agreement with Councillor Deschamps, like certain roads, they're still,
Dead end road is.
yeah, they don't get as much traffic. So, for the moment, but that's it, but if looking at the charts that you provided, it makes a difference between going, to 5.5 versus, 6 point, oh no, that's all of them. If you do them all, it's still like 0.5% more, so that decision has to be made when? By
Whenever council chooses to proceed,
but it's like, when do we have to implement the tax rates that go along with it? That's what I'm saying.
But don't forget, those prices include doing those three plus everything else to gravel. Like, I don't know if we have to go everything to gravel right now. I think like there's.
No, it's not
when
right now.
When I say right now, like we're going to gravel, I mean like eventually it will go to gravel. We won't be repaving, and not it's going to gravel this year.
Okay, so
If
it's
there's
not,
no intention of repaving it, it will eventually resort to gravel whenever it is deemed to be municipal use.
or at that point we discussed.
Yeah, so it's not to gravel them, sorry, that was the understanding.
That's what I-
It was- Yeah, no, it was like, the end goal is to be gravel, whenever that end for that road is.
So if,
10 years, 5 years, 3 years.
let's say there's one that's scheduled in 6 years, and in 6 years, it starts to be deteriorated. If the decision was made, maybe in a month or two, whatever, that it should be gravel, that's when it goes to gravel.
Correct.
So they might stay as is for another 5-6 years.
And then that would
At
be,
that point, if it's able to do whatever.
yeah, and then that would be an operational, where just like we did with that, the pulverizing, and you know, the $40,000 to bring in the guy to pulverize it, to operational, it's not a capital, item like that.
Okay. So everybody in agreement, from what I hear, to go right ahead with the 3 main roads.
Is the sanitary was good on the other, like from the report, I think the sanitary sewers were good on the accessory roads, I guess you want to call them, but that's the
I
reason.
don't know the concept with that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Are everybody in agreement with that one? Okay. So there's no resolution or nothing? Okay. Okay, just in case. Okay, next item, 972, report to council, replacement of truck number 11, F-550. Michelle.
So, at our last meeting on March 4th, which was the special meeting for budget, it was brought up that truck 11 was out of service and that we were looking for replacement. It was scheduled for replacement for this year. It has a few different defects to it that we don't believe it will pass the annual inspection. So the request was for the replacement of the F-550. Now, I did do some background research because there were some questions that were asked of me last time in regards to it has to be of a one-time being able to do the same job. I would advise against going down a step for a truck. Now, the 550 actually is not considered a 2-ton. It is actually a 1.5 to a two-ton. The difference between the two, the one-ton has a higher towing capacity, whereas the 1.550 has a bigger payload capacity, which is what we would be looking for because we're hauling materials in the back. That being said, we do want to use it for winter operations, and that would be, we're putting a sander in the back and we'd like to haul at least 3 yards of sand to make it work and have the efficiencies of not constantly running back and forth to the yard. So for that reason, I put together that we would like to reinvest in another 2-ton truck. I have put on here a quotation that we had received, one that's sitting on the lot now. Could potentially, we could get it for a little bit less with the municipal rate. The vendor is the same vendor that is providing the upfitting, maybe not the upfitting, the truck for the fire. So Fire Tech, Apex.
That's the outfitting.
Okay, so they had this truck that is in the document that I shared with the specifications. Some of the good things that are found about it are the aluminum body, the dump box. Because it's a little bit lighter, we can actually carry more in it because it's for the payload capacity. So we're just looking for some direction approval from council.
So you say, I have just one question, it would be a payload to handle sanding? Is
That's
that-
correct. Well, yes. The payload capacity that we're looking for is equivalent to what we currently have. So we want to be able to put gravel in the back so we can do washouts. This time of year, instead of running our tandems down the road when it's half load on the roads, we'll be doing less damage by having that, and we can also hook up other attachments. So we put a steamer behind it, we can have all of our tools. This one has a tool rack. It's more convenient because of the dump box on it, so we're not shoveling as much. We're just dropping it down.
Okay, I'll go, any questions?
None for myself.
No, not for myself.
Yeah, the current truck didn't have the dump box, did it?
It does.
The old, it does, did it have a dump? Yeah, okay, okay.
That's good, yeah.
You took the sides off.
Oh, okay, yeah. Yeah, no, I'm in favor of the proposed vehicle. Yeah, there's no, maybe defects rock frame, it's not a great deal, so. And so the truck, I guess the one that we have here, like you mentioned, is there, you have the 1.5 F550, 1.5 ton versus 2 ton F550, is that what?
So the way that it was described, I had put 2-ton in there, but it's actually not considered a 2-ton. We call it a class 5 or 6, but it's between a 1.5 and a 2-ton.
Councilor Deschamps, any questions?
The only note that I brought, I was trying to look at what dealership comes from, like on the bill of, sort of quote here, it's not clear enough for me to see. So I was trying to look at that because the only input I would have had was to see if we could contact List Well before the fire department was purchasing their truck, just to see if like if we're finding two heavy duty trucks from you, like maybe we could get some kind of consideration of the price of one of them. Or that was the only thing I had. But you just said that this quote is from one spot, but you got another quote that's a little bit lower from ATEC.
No, to clarify, it was Apex, so this is the individual that helped locate the truck for the fire department. And I believe they owned the dealership prior.
Yes, yeah, so I'll just, from the fire chief, and I'll just try to be just what he said. He said that the gentleman that runs Apex used to be either part owner of the car dealership, that's why he's getting the preferred rate, from the dealership.
So the truck that's sitting on the lot right now is there, but the one that could have a little bit of cost savings, there is no other one, like not for the fire truck, I mean for the dump truck.
Yeah, the dump truck, I only have one quote. That is the one that was provided by the gentleman from Apex.
I thought you were saying something.
Oh, that's because he said that he might be able to get more cost reduction
Yeah, through municipal, you said,
That's-
instead of just buying,
Seems
and
like
that's what I'm
it's
asking.
actually a little bit less than what I had put in there.
So you have an idea how much less roughly, or?
No.
But that's the intention, is to get it lower, right?
That's the intention.
Um, yeah.
We're good?
Well, no, I just wanted to see if there was a way, like, you know, I wasn't aware that the fire chief found this price also, that wasn't something that, we were reading about last time, so I wanted to see if, after the fact, that was already purchased, to see if we can have that dealership for, but I guess that's originally already what happened, so. That's it.
All right, therefore, if there are no more questions, we are to the resolution, mover and a seconder. Councillor Laframboise and Councillor Loftus.
Moved by Councillor LaFramboise and seconded by Councillor Loftus. Be it resolved, the Council for the Corporation of the Municipality of St. Charles approves the purchase of a replacement truck for the F-550 heavy-duty two-ton with an asset limit of $110,000.
All those in favor? Carried. Okay, we have now, for information, Manitoulin, the DSAP board. Anybody have questions, comments? No, for information. And next, we have a letter of request for the community garden. 309. From the library. Is this for, oh, that's from you, okay?
Yeah, so anyways, last week, or the last meeting, we got a request from, Community Gardens. It's a few members of the community that are wishing to put, planter boxes. They wanna put it along the fencing. So it was Marie from the library that submitted the letter on behalf of some of the residents. So I went to see her, on Monday, and she just told me that there's a lot of people in the community that want to, grow vegetables, so that if people want a vegetable, some lettuce or, carrots or whatever, they can go get it. The only issue that I told her is that we were anticipating maybe working on St. Joseph Street. I said planters should not be along the fence, even if we cut down the road. I said because it's kind of like a school zone and it's a fence. They got, just as before you turn to the school, right now they currently have two big planter boxes, like almost against the school. There was snow on top of them, I didn't see them. But the school has given whoever wants to put lettuce and tomatoes in there. So this individual hasn't called me back, the one that asked me to send me the letter. What she's asking is if the community bands together and they get 20 people and they go on their own, it has nothing to do with the municipality. This group would go to the food market and say, can you donate some lumber, rough lumber or whatever. They want to build more planter boxes. I said, as long as you have permission from the school to put those planter boxes by the school, that's fine. The only thing that they're concerned about and that they asked me to ask the municipality is when the municipality is watering the flower pots for the municipality, like the flowers that I put out, if it would be possible for the municipality to water those 4 or 6 planter boxes. I told them I wasn't 100% sure because most of my planter boxes are self-watering, and with the heat and you can't, they can water Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and it could be scorching hot Saturday and Sunday, and they need another drink on Sunday. I know that our Parks and Recreation have been very good, even on a Sunday if it was hot. The individual would go out and water the plants early in the morning. The school is concerned about water over there, so that's why they don't want days if that's their schedule. On the weekend, you would be responsible for your plans. You know, that's something we can look at. But I mean, this is in the future. They're just asking, like I said, I haven't talked to this one individual, but they're just basically asking if the municipality would help out the community if they put community gardens just by helping out by watering, if not every day, on our scheduled days.
Is there, do you have any comment or regarding the watering schedule or some, do we have extra time available in their schedule?
That is the concern, as we are going to hopefully open up the park in the West Arm area, there will be a requirement for a weekly visit, if not a twice a week, for garbage. I was advised by the MNR that they become very utilized because that's it. And garbage will become a problem. So, we have limited staff, so I'm talking with the director of operations, and we're gonna have to start scheduling at least a ride. And I know one of the is on the way to Levine to pick up the garbage that they put this off. But one of the concern is the Monday point, because they said the MNR is that you might have a perfectly beautiful part of Friday or have to with garbage stuff. Each park you take from maybe bigger parks will be there, they'll respect, and it'll just be contained within the garbage area. But it says after the weekend you have to go. So I don't know if the Wednesday visit will suffice, but again, we're relying on two individuals to do all of this. And it's just a concern on time. And also we want to maybe open up for programming for kids. So anytime we allocate to other programs, we limit the potential for freeing up for maybe running a limited soccer program or something like that. So that's the only concern that council should consider by adding additional services. And again, watering vegetables, we don't want to miss a day because we're working off and vegetables pass a week. But right up, you don't want to disappoint people too. So it could be more of a container on site that
I'm not in agreement with that, putting that on the municipal staff. They should look into a rain barrel or like this.
Yeah, maybe.
I know for us, they have.
Yeah.
I have
nothing to do with it. This is just a bunch of, it's a request from the public. They want to have a garden. So I said, like, I don't object to it, but maybe we do we have an extra rain barrel that we could, I think maybe even I might have one, but could we just fill it up for them? That could be a suggestion too, and then they can just water whenever as needed. It's just the school is concerned with taking the water, and I can understand that because I've seen the school underwater before.
Does it have to be at that location?
Well, the thing is that I think because they were talking about, I suggested maybe down by the park, and they just said, no, there's too much, like, you know, it's at a site, they want to have it at the school where they can kind of keep an eye on it.
There's a lot of water at the fire department.
honestly, just as a reporting, is well under this winter. You can't let it go right. There's actually, so water, yes, we have a water reserve, but the water reserve shouldn't be used for that. So it's actual well, but it's dry.
Well, like I said, when I do talk to this individual, I'm just going to explain to her that, you know, maybe we can get a water barrel or whatever.
Yeah. Anybody else have comments regarding? Okay. What's the no comment?
No, well, they're gonna be going to, they're gonna want some locations for, donation to, food market. I mean, I don't know, you mentioned you might have a rain barrel, but I wouldn't be opposed to donating a rain barrel for that purpose. You know, just something, we can probably take out of the donation budget possibly.
Sure.
And anything for you, Mr. Jones?
The rain barrel, that's something that's filled initially, but rain is supposed to fill up the straw system, and they're kind of, well, I say they're 100% self-sufficient, but like my grandfather has a pretty big garden, he never started his garden as well, the water garden, so.
Okay. Item 13.1, first and second reading of the bylaws. Can I have a mover? Oh, the planning board, okay, for information. For information, the planning board minutes. Anybody have a question? No? Okay, so it's for information. Next one. For the first and second reading of the bylaws, mover and a seconder. Councilor Patsy, Councilor Flamboyant.
Moved by Councilor Patsy and seconded by Councilor Flamboyant, be it resolved by Council for the Corporation of the Municipality of St. Charles hereby gives first and second reading to the following bylaws. Bylaw 2025-13, being a bylaw to regulate and prohibit non-compliance with blasting activities under Ontario Provincial Standard, or OPSS dot muni 120. Next, bylaw 2025-14, being a bylaw to amend bylaw 2022-27, comprehensive bylaw. Next, bylaw 2025-15, being a bylaw to enter into a lease agreement with our children, our future family resources, and
All those in favor? Carried. Okay, I have a mover and a seconder for the third reading of the resolution to regulate blasting activity. Councilor Lachance and Councilor Lopez.
moved by Councilor Lachance, seconded by Councilor Lopez, be it resolved that Council for the Corporation of the Municipality of St. Charles hereby gives third reading to and finally passes bylaw 2025-13.
Anybody have questions or comments? All those in favor? Carried. I have a mover and a seconder for the third and final reading of the bylaw to amend the apps bylaw. Councilor Flamboyant, Councilor Patsy.
Moved by Councilor Flamboyant, seconded by Councilor Patsy, be it resolved that Council for the Corporation of the Municipality of St. Charles hereby gives third reading to and finally passes bylaw 2025-14.
Anybody have questions or comments? All those in favor? Carried. Can I have a mover and a seconder for the bylaw to go into a lease agreement with our children, our future? Councilor Lopez and Councilor Patsy.
Moved by Councilor Lopez and seconded by Councilor Patsy, be it resolved that Council for the Corporation of the Municipality of St. Charles hereby gives third reading to and finally passes bylaw 2025-15.
Anybody have questions, comments? All those in favor? Carried. Next, we're going to item 15. Can I have a mover and a seconder to go into closed? Councilor Lachance and Councilor Flamboyant.
Moved by Councilor Lachance and seconded by Councilor Flamboyant, be it resolved that Council for the Corporation of the Municipality of St. Charles hereby goes into
We are now back in open.
Okay, you have to have a mover and a second to reconvene? Okay, mover and a second to oh, okay, mover and a second to reconvene. Councillor Lachance, Councillor Laframboise?
Moved by Councillor Lachance and seconded by Councillor Laframboise, be it resolved that having dealt with all matters pertaining to the closed session, we hereby reconvene to the regular meeting at 9:54 PM.
All those in favor? Carried. Okay. Can I have a mover and a seconder to extend our closing? Councillor Potier, Councillor Loftus.
Okay, moved by Councillor Potier and seconded by Councillor Loftus, be it resolved that the regular meeting of council of March 19, 2025 be extended past the automatic 10 PM adjournment. Be it further resolved that the meeting automatic adjournment time be extended to 11 PM.
All those in favor? Carried. Now another one to go back into close, correct? Mover and a second to go into close, Councillor Loftus and Councillor Lachance.
Moved by Councillor Loftus and seconded by Councillor Lachance. Be it resolved, the council for the corporation of the municipality of St. Charles hereby opens a closed session at 9:56 PM to discuss personal matters about an identifiable individual, including municipal or local board employees, as authorized under section 239(2) of the Municipal Act, as amended, topic 1, annual review of non-union staff and goal setting.
All those in favor? Carried.
We are back live.
Can I have a mover and a seconder to reconvene? Councilor Laframboise, Councilor Potier. Councilor Laframboise.
Moved by Councilor Laframboise and seconded by Councilor Potier, be it resolved that having dealt with all matters pertaining to the closed session, we hereby reconvene to the regular meeting of council at 10:55.
All those in favor? Carried. We have two other. Okay, in closed, we managed to finish a few reviews. The closed meeting has not concluded. We will finish at another meeting later. Next, we are going to, can I have a mover and a seconder for the confirmation bylaw, first and second reading? Councilor Lachance, Councilor Loftus.
Moved by Councilor Lachance and seconded by Councilor Loftus, be it resolved that council for the corporation of the municipality of St. Charles hereby gives first and second reading to the following bylaw. Bylaw 2025-16, being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of council at its committee of the whole meeting held March 5th, 2025, at a special meeting of council held March 12th, 2025, and at its regular meeting of council held March 19th, 2025.
All those in favor? Carried. Can I have mover and seconder for the third and final reading? Councilor Loftus, Councilor Potier.
Moved by Councilor Loftus and seconded by Councilor Potier. Be it resolved that council for the corporation of the municipality of St. Charles hereby gives third reading to and finally passes bylaw 2025-16.
All those in favor? Carried. Can I have a mover and a seconder to adjourn? Councilor Potier, Councilor Laframboise.
Moved by Councilor Potier and seconded by Councilor Laframboise, be it resolved that council for the corporation of the municipality of St. Charles hereby adjourns the regular meeting of council at 10:57 p.m. on March 19th, 2025.
All those in favor? Carried. Meeting is adjourned.